誰よりも俺たちは飛べるはず。永遠の空を Rock alright 軸さえ突き抜けるスピードで燃え上がれサガ天山、俺は遊びでやってんじゃねえ。面倒剣 T リンクナッコ流星許せねえなんてだ悪いな、俺の見せ場を作ってもらってよ。どうした天山、俺はここだぜ。当たれディスクった霞切り。
あなたも懲りない人ですね、まさき。攻撃とはこうするものです。抵抗は無意味です。
やるじゃねえか。
分の悪い賭けは嫌いじゃない。多少古臭い武装だが威力は関係ない。ステイクヒッ調子に乗るなよ、ベオウルフ。
離脱などさせるか。この切っ先売れれば切れるぞ。受けろマイスザクでアクセルの方が一枚上手だったか。
そうそう好きにはやらせないってよ。ファイナルビーム。
闘争心ばかりを肥大化させた下等生物どもめ、俺を怒らせるな。受けよアイアンクロー。
父さんの作ったグルーガストだなんてな。真っ向勝負全アーツオンモルト。 相手にはまだ役不足だ。お前に三式を止めることはできん。貫けドリルブーストナックル。その程度かゼンガーゾンボルト。
Howdy, y'all. Hello, Drumker. Hello, Kim. How are you both doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's Friday. I feel recovered. Good gracious. I hope you're all enjoying your days. Yeah, no, I've been trying to automate a lot of my work, and sometimes that's just hunkin' exhausting. I do. Thank you for your well wishes. I appreciate it. Yeah, no. You're very sweet. I'm trying really hard. Like, I think I said it a couple of times, but like, I would love to be doing this full time. Like, I would love to be doing this all of the time. So trying to just like find a way to get my other job to stop being in the way so much would be sick. Hi, Anar. Hello. Welcome. No, I appreciate it. No, that's what my partner tells me all the time too. I do just work a lot, right? Because I don't like, sometimes I forget to count this, or sometimes I forget to count my other job. It's like, no, you do work 2 jobs. Maybe take some time. Maybe take a break every once in a while. It's good. And it was. I do. Hello, Luna Sand. Hello. Yeah, no, I feel much better today. I like got to bed early. I got a lot more sleep than I usually do. I got like almost all of the chores I needed to do done. Like I feel very refreshed. I will tell him that. I do try to on the regular. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, no, I know. I need to respond to those too. I had some like immediate responses, and I was like, these aren't cogent enough for how I would like to respond. I do gotta respond to them. I will give like a short summation once more people get in here, but I have like 3 summative thoughts I think can address a lot. But howdy, Midori. Yes, no, everything's fine. No, I just work 2 jobs, and my other job is sometimes just very taxing. Sometimes I need to do like a week's worth of work in a day, and I'm trying to automate it a little bit more to like give me more time to do this. And sometimes it takes a while. You swim 800 meters there. That sounds like a lot. Yes, NR, I did see your crit info on Fantasy Main Wars. Sorry, I didn't respond to that either. Again, this was all part of I just suddenly needed to do a week's worth of work in one day. But no, I did see that, and I appreciate it. I did not go back and do anything with it yet. Like, the numbers make sense. I need to go back and rewatch the video to see like how we mathed it wrong. I did. I'm not surprised that I did. Like, can you say that it's surprising? Not particularly, but You got to play a lot of demos. Incredible. I saw that you started Disgaea. I think it said you were a new player for Disgaea 2. I love Disgaea 2 so much. What other? I'm assuming you probably were playing the demo for that. But what other demos have you been playing? While people are filing in, because I now have found myself with a little bit more time to work here, I would like to get something sorted. So let me figure out where best to put this. I guess just like, we'll just put it in a docs for now. Okay. So, Super Robot Wars, W Solo. I know I'd like made intimations about working on this, but I realize there's a couple of pieces of information I need to figure out before we get this done. So I want to like hear what the group consensus is, then we can talk some. Also, you used a water slide today. First one was not fun. You rammed a girl with your crotch and not been in the exit area. That's why I hate water slides. It always feels like it's a tangle of limbs, where you just like someone gets headbutted, someone's groin or someone's like armpits go somewhere they're not supposed to. People are always in the wrong spot. It's real. It's a time. This guy too sadly does not like Steam. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I do have it on Steam. I don't actually Steam. I don't think I've turned my Steam one on. I've only ever played on my PSP. One was Diorama Break. It's a very interesting JRPG where the main character can communicate with you, the player. There's a prophecy about the player. Fascinating. I could see that getting really tedious, but if they do that really well, that's really fun. There's been a couple of those like really indie style like horror adventure game, like point-and-click adventure games that did that too. That like genuinely like did some really smart things with that premise. Howdy Creighton. I guess instead of streaming, it's running on Fumes again. Oh, sorry, instead of Steam, it's running on Fumes instead. What is? Are you running on Fumes? I was running on Fumes yesterday, which is why I stopped. You respect a man that opens a tactical Word document out of nothing? Yeah. That is how I normally do. Normally it's fine. Once the one girl was hit by me, everyone made sure to exit it. Well, that's good. I'm glad no one was hurt. Another one was Lost Stratagem, TTRPG, or no, not TTRPG, a tactical role-playing game. Imagine Fire Emblem meets Darkest Dungeon aesthetic. You take multiple actions per turn and some great VAs. That sounds exactly up my alley. I'll have to look at that. Hold on, let me save that. That was Lost Stratagem. Lost Stratagem. Okay, cool. Oh, that logo looks familiar. Mix of hot weather and very frustrating experience today has made me feel weird, not a bad mood, thankfully. I'm glad it's not a bad mood, but Creighton, I'm right there with you. Like, the hot weather just, like, sometimes just sends you into the weirdest fun. I hopefully being in stream will help ameliorate that. Okay, let's ask my questions. So we have, this is what I was going to put in a sheets at first. We have Kazuma, plus, is his sister named Mihiro? I guess here. Val, the plan was to originally have the Val Stork solo. Or sorry, not Val Stork, Val Hawk. Does that mean we can use support pilots, like supports question mark? Can we use the Val Stork while we are separate? Once we get the Valguard and the Valzagard, can we use either of those? And like when we're in the Valguard, can we separate Kazuma into the Valhawk, attack with that, then go back to the Valguard? Valguard. And separate strats. And then the Valzagard supports. Because, like, obviously we have to play as the Valzagard if we're going to play it. Also, the weather was horrible, hot, no clouds. Awful, just awful. I miss when summer was, like, somewhat comfortable. It's just so hellacious now. Yeah, I do. I just wanted to find our terms, so. When you get the combined mech, we can use the support spirits, would be your vote, as long as they are separate, they are disqualified. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, my original instinct was no, yes, yes, yes. Like, this is my original instinct. Sports are weird. They take investment to use more, so you can see arguments for it. As for combo units, it's hard because it's both units, and it's both the unit and not. Exactly. Yeah. Wish you could. Oh, actually, you know what? If I'm saying supports, this sounds like something different. Hold on. Hold on. Sub-pilot. I realized as I was writing this, I had a different idea in my head of what this word meant than what everyone else meant. This was not helpful. This is what I mean. Wish you could help. You have zero experience on W outside the animations. That's okay, Midori. Like, this isn't necessarily like what you think is more meta. I'm like just an opinion what sounds more interesting. You would say also Highland Pringle. You would say the Valstork support would be fair game considering you're forced to use it every stage, and you would say combining them would also be fair game. Okay. You never get that one person who constantly says, I'm not working, but you have said it over 20 times as a little taste of what's going on over here. Yeah. I do know that, Creighton. Yeah, support spirits. Yeah. I took it a support request. No, I was not thinking support request. Sorry, no. I mean, can we use, is it Mahiro? Like, can we use the sub-pilot from the Valhawk? Like, does she count? Or is like, this is also as Kazuma solo as possible? Can we use the Artigun family once we are all in the Valzagard? Sub-pilot spirits should, of course, be allowed. Okay, that is like also what I was thinking, but I could also buy just like, no, only Kazuma. Also, hello. You've been on a nice walk. Incredible. You've been a nice walk to get your hair cut in over 20-degree weather for about... Oh, never mind. Sorry, that was sarcasm. I apologize, Pringle. That's unfortunate. Look, our cliffhanger on our first multi-stream chapter now. You're back. Yeah, no, it's as long of a cliffhanger as possible. I want to try and draw it out there. I'm sure. Welcome back. You're against combining since you are not forced to unless the story combines. Okay. You feel like Kazuma Soul will be a very different run? That's what I was asking. Yeah. Yeah, Midori, if people are force deployed, they're still gonna we're gonna shove them in the battleship and just get them off the board as much as possible. And if we can't put them in the battleship, we're just going to move them away as much as possible. If you've watched, I did a solo playthrough of R. I even figured out how to make sure that the force deployed units that were not on our team got as few combats as possible. I think it's gonna be harder in this because they're typically dropping Organ in the middle of a fight, but I'll see what I can do. Subs always allowed? Okay, that is also what I'm thinking. But so we're thinking, you're saying no here, or no if choice, yes if forced together. Because that is true. There are times where the Valguard is forced together. It's fine, you were listening to a podcast that you got the final episode on the first season, and you were listening to it while technically the final prologue episode. The final prologue is interesting. I'm glad you got to enjoy something, though. No, podcasts on a walk are really good. I haven't gotten to it in a while. My area does not have sidewalks at all. It's too stressful to walk otherwise. You also agree about combining with NR. Forced combos are fine, but you can't choose to. Okay. You didn't catch what's going on, but is it this W challenge? Yes, that is correct, Creighton. I have a solo playthrough of R on my channel, and I would like to follow that up with solo playthroughs of other games that we've done. So W is the next candidate. So I'm just trying to figure out the rules because it's way harder. R was really easy because you had one pilot that could switch units, where W has one unit that can have multiple pilots. So what counts? It also means the family is underleveled to force Kazuma and Mihiro being more centered with Arya. Yeah. Not doing Y solo because he is a coward. No, I'm not doing Y solo because the Y solo would be boring. If I do I'll do a Y solo for you, but that's gonna take so much time for it's chapter 2. Obviously, we are infinitely destructible now. We can kill everything. You think that's fair? If you force it upon you, you're allowed to use it, and they don't know. Okay. Wait, what about the mission where you forget its name? The thing that one-shot you? What, you have to clarify that a little bit more, Pringle. Ninja Dodgy Way Forever? Yeah, no, it would be really easy. Yeah, exactly, Anar. Yeah, no, we get really old so quickly. You're coming and going, so you couldn't catch the topic. That's okay, Dropper. We were talking about the a W solo run as Like, who gets used? Is it just Kazuma? Is it Kazuma and Nihiro? Is it, like, once we go together in the Valguard, like, what counts? Okay, so, there are times where the Valguard is introduced combined at the beginning of the chapter, but I am allowed to separate. Should I always separate if I have the ability to? When we have, like, the actual super story boss fights, we aren't allowed to separate. Like, when we were fighting, like, Z-Master, you couldn't separate. But there were times where they were force deployed, but I could separate them out. Should I force it to separate and then get the Valstork out of there? It's like the second to last or last stage before the time skip, the final boss for GGG, red-haired lady. The guy, like, turns into after you beat the prime evils. Oh, yes, yeah. I mean, Pringle, I think that will just be part of the challenge, right? Like, that's going to be like, we'll figure it out when we get there kind of deal. Maximum challenge, I would say you have to separate. Okay, yeah. That also makes sense to me. No combining. If separate, yes. If can separate. If can separate, yes. Okay. Yeah. You give it a freebie. If they are deployed together, they are allowed to be together. Okay, yeah. I will take it under consideration in the event that we can't do it. But yeah, you would say using the Valguard would be fine as long as the ship is force deployed. Yeah. Because the rule is saying is staying combined if you're forced. If you have the choice, it's a solo run. Yeah. I think that makes the most sense. Okay. This is also rough. I had this a little bit different. But this is like roughly what I was thinking. Because like the answer is probably just like make it as hard as possible, right? Okay, cool. This also gave us time to get people in here consistently, so now we can actually go to the real fight. Thank you for enduring the longest cliffhanger in Super Robot Wars history, but we're back with a vengeance now that we just have to clean up this map. Let's say play. Oh, sure, yeah. It's the SAO game, Echoes of Aincrad demo. OG story where you don't play as Kirito. You're one of the beta testers. Okay, cool. Combat is a lot less hack and slash compared to the older games. More Code Vein than Elden Ring or Dark Souls. Made a really good impression. Okay, I'm down with that. I mean, like, I don't think Code Vein is that off from Elden Ring or Dark Souls. But, like, yeah, there is definitely, like, anime Souls that has a different vibe to it. I think the major differences with Code Vein, though, are, like, aesthetic and, like, enemy placement more than combat. But I do understand what you mean. Also, you say we should make it a rule that if enemies have to be defeated, you do not need to do self-destruct nonsense. Oh, that was, Edar, that was just because I wanted to be funny when, like, the Valguard was not, whenever, like, my main was not force deployed. I think there is a chapter where we don't have Kazuma. I will figure out what to do with that one, and the answer might just be if the video gets long, it's just like, we just skip that chapter. We'll say. You can imagine even attempting something like this, but if you do, you would probably pick K because better tracks to use. You're simple like that. I mean, fair, yeah. No, I mean, like, that's part of I think it's part of the fun, though, great, is that, like, I have no idea how doable this is going to be. I feel like it's going to be pretty easy, though. Because of, like, how level scaling works, and once we can put all of our funds into just one unit, and we can put all of the boosters onto one character, I think we're probably going to out-level this thing really quickly, but we'll see. Yeah, you forgot. We stopped mid-level. B2 a little bit. Those players hate Code Vein, I assume, because character designs and companions. I think there's a lot of reasons, but my best guess from spending a lot of time listening to and talking to people who do, like, data analysis of Dark Souls is that Code Vein, roughly speaking, has map design that does not encourage you to do things interestingly. It sort of just drops enemies in a place that doesn't really think about, like, what the encounter looks like. You kind of also want to do Super Wars Run with OG characters and only UC Gundam and maybe some other groups so you can get 15 ace pilots for the true ending. I do kind of want to do that too, NR. Like, I think it would be fun to give us some more limits like that. Like what GC was trying to be. Basically playing Super Wars V with only a bunch of anime with a bunch of animes combined. Yeah. I've also thought of, like, a hero run, like, call it something like that, where you get to take you have to pick one character from every series, and you're only allowed to use one character from every series. So, Souls games do function really weirdly with teammates unless the game accounts for it. Dark Souls and Elden Ring for sure don't account for summons, making them giga broken. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You could just like shove the boss into a corner and just like wail on them. It's so easy. You know how universally hated the K pro tag is, but you really love the pro tag back a lot. I mean, it'd be a good excuse to like do it then, Creighton. I'm here to support it. Like, I mean, are you part of the Discord? You could try and give us like text or like picture like updates if you want to try it. I encourage it. It's a lot of fun. It's really interesting what you can do. Yeah, no, like the diversity and playability of these is so good. Planning your Cosmic Era run only to trigger Gundam. Yeah. You think a hero run sounds interesting, but you would say add another rule which limits the amount of main characters you can use. Yeah, I think it's a good choice, Pringle. Yeah, like you're allowed 3 main characters across all of the series you pick. Yeah, because you would just pick the main character from all of them. That would just be too easy. Also, CE and AD Gundam combined should work too. Yeah. Let's do the opposite. In AP, you need very easily get an army of super robots from Dynamic and go to Guy. Yes. Yeah. Also, have a theory on why Gamerman isn't as crazy as the last guy. Yeah, I mean, I think because he just already kind of was, right? Like, he's already kind of this. Like, I don't think the Valcion is doing much to change him. It's probably going to be a long time before you try anything like that. It's not exactly the best at these kind of games in the first place. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, no. Like, if you're going to, like, I would love to hear updates about it. Don't feel like you've got to. I just, like, want to try and be encouraging because, like, it's a lot of fun to do. Okay. So, who are we? We got to feed Tenzin to somebody. Let's see if I remember what my buttons are. 29, 28. You'd always include the OG pro tag since early availability is weird. Like Ava and Massacre joined really late. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Definitely depending on the game, your availability would be super weird. The only thing by the other reason is the last guy was laser focused on revenge when the system latched onto. Oh, okay. I'm with you, Pringle. You're taking the opposite. That because Tempest was so honed in, the system was able to like exploit that feeling way more. Whereas Tenzin is sort of all over the place, so it's way harder for the system to like super accentuate any one particular thing. So it's just sort of taken everything and raised them all a little bit, I guess. Okay, let's get you healed. I did not expect you to get like ganged up on by everybody. We can put a wall on. My wall won't matter next turn. You can just focus on your strongest trait. Yeah. I mean, he's just a stompy murder hobo, and he got worse. I mean, yeah, he did, but like none of it's like Tempest. I guess Tempest didn't really change that much either. I do think the change between Tempest and Possessed Tempest was more dramatic than Tenzin and Possessed Tenzin. Yeah, Tenzin is definitely War is a game, but like he's not like trying to play with us much more though. Or maybe Tenzin's just better than Tempest. That seems doubtful. Yeah, no, Pringle. I think regardless, that is that's still a thoughtful interpretation. I think that's still a good interpretation. Also, game equals game. Where's the rest of the word game showing up? I figured GEIM. Oh, wasn't there a system? Yeah, wasn't the name one of the systems? Well, the play is killing you, combating you. I mean, I guess so. He's not seemed is the game system. Yes, right. Thank you. You can sum it up simply like, don't do drugs, kids, and use Tencent as the face of the PSA of my drugs are bad. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Don't do drugs, kids, you'll lose your pupils. Yeah, it is the name of the game system. I couldn't remember if the game system was the thing that they were working on in the egg. I couldn't remember if the game system was what they were working on for the Valcion or the thing they were told to stop working on to go work on the Valcion. I think the name in specific has come up twice, so. Okay. I think Tosku just stays here and keeps wailing on this. I guess quick stat check. Is there anybody that we need to care about levels on? Like, is there any level objective we're trying to get to? And, like, should we deal with that now? It's another Super Warriors pun that only works because Japanese has weird phonetics. Yes, yeah. That is similar. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah, we could give it to the Hiryu. Can we give it to the Hiryu? Ryusei and Lafina. Okay. We in fact can't give it to the Hiryu this turn. I would like to get him out of here this turn. Oh, this is still the map where Ryusei died. This is still the map where Ryusei died really early on, right? Yeah. This was still from the results of me going, oh right, we can't just throw him out and everything. Adler used nepotism and it caused the starter conflict of Gaiden. Yeah. There is an SR checks, but we are good on those, I believe. Okay. So just Lafina getting to 35 then. Well, I guess given that we could wait here. Yeah, we're probably not ending this turn, but... Oh, so I think there might have been a cool dialogue, but oh well. Yeah, no, I definitely was using Ryusei, still assuming he was working the way that he was in my GBA playthrough. I'm not making that mistake again, I promise. Now you're really back. Okay, incredible. I'm sorry you had to be all over the place there for a second, NR. Okay, how much do these things have for range? This is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it's right in... Nope, that's high market. Every game uses it different. Every game has it different. These are 10. These are 9. Okay, brilliant. Do you overestimate? I overestimate its ability to dodge because it definitely is more of a dodge tank in OG GBN and in OG 1 rather than here. Daihatsu also needs to be 38. Okay, yeah. No, we can definitely upgrade the R1 for sure. Yeah, and I don't think we have Daitetsu on the field. I believe we were only given one battleship this time. No, I appreciate you wanting to flag it early. I appreciate that. Okay. Zunger, you come over here, and then we probably don't need the wall for this. Okay, cool. We will start showing off Zonger's attacks for the rest of these then. You can... I suppose Tosku doesn't have to be the one to finish this. We were just having him wall was our solution here, right? Yeah, because he's just taking that damage. That said, we could maybe just kill this outright. This is 138. This is 260, 272. So 35, 136. That's 1,800 times 1.36 times 1.1. Roughly speaking, E-Field is only on beams, right? Reduce damage from non-beer. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. You also learned something about Swordman's future robot, which you don't like very much. You finally figured out why you didn't like it, which you didn't like the color scheme. Okay, interesting. I am told that I'm probably really going to like it, so I'm curious. I'm curious when we get to it. As much as you don't like tanks with legs, the bar line are pretty nice. Could be playable as an alternative secret for the Gar line. That would be cool if it was like one or the other. The other really cool thing about the demo you played for Dire Outbreak is it used real turn turn-based combat. So you and your opponent move at the same time. Sometimes the opponent adapts. That is really fun. Like, I feel like we've not seen a game that really iterates like that. I'm curious how that works out. Oh, you're talking about the final one, you're talking about the in-between one. Got it. Sorry, my mistake, Pringle. I didn't realize that there were two. Okay, I think let's do this. Yeah, and then Tosku can finish this. Yeah, in the anime, it was personalized better, but in the game, they probably reused the bottle for convenience. Yeah, I would not be surprised. That makes sense to me. The Type 3 is by far the worst color scheme. Interesting, okay. You would never argue for less generics, more units the better. Yeah, no, definitely more units the better. Absolutely. Talk about color scheme, and with the translation on the horizon, you would send the color scheme of the original robots in 4. Is there a translation on the horizon? Interesting. Do you mean like actual 4? There's so many options for 4. You're a Barleyan hater. I think it's fine. I think I'm neutral here. I think I like still keeping Tenzin pinned down here. I might separate out Giada. Or not Giada, Garnet. You just say now, yeah, yellow, red, and purple, which is a color scheme you think maybe would work, but not in the proportions. Okay. Was 4 done by Aeon Genesis? And this is 4. Isn't 4 the one that doesn't have the super deformed style? Isn't that the one, or is that shit? Or are those the same? In anime, they give it black, gold, and blue. Okay. I think the only units that I actively dislike in OG are the Gespies, just because of how rough they have been to play as. But Shin is the one without Chibi. Got it. Okay. Oh, okay. And 4 is the same as Alpha 1 and Garnet. Got it. Thank you. We could go like, we could do like this, and then, okay, we can have Bullet come in and Archer prison Tenzin to keep him from moving. Then Kyosuke can come up and give more mobility to the Huckabine, to the Hyakabine. Yeah. No worries, Big Man Russell can make anything work. I believe in him now. Wholeheartedly. Yeah, we can. You would be good, sir. I've been love those. You believe me. You don't know if they're an OG too. Later on, they get some very good variants. Yeah, I mean, like, I accept that that's maybe the problem. Y'all come for me so quickly whenever I've interpreted something with the information that I have, but I'm not interpreting with the information that y'all have from later. It's so funny to me. Having the SPs be weak balance the early game and teaches swap units. Oh, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like, I think it is a well-designed choice to make it that way, but that doesn't mean that I'm, like, enjoying them, you know? Brandon thought someone who wasn't me needs to make a master glossary for terminology and what they are in each game. It'd be really useful. Austin is vague posting about IBO. I see you. I used to use Twitter. Wait, what do you mean? That I no, okay, never mind. No, you're right. I wasn't that was unintentionally correct. I did not intend to do that way, but that is also just true about IBO. No, you're right. That is very funny. You got me. Yeah. I'm interpreting my current info. I mean, like, no, it does happen. It happens literally. It happens all of the time. It happens, feels like constantly. Which I get though. Like, I do understand. Like, y'all do care very passionately, especially because like you have finished the thing. Like, you have the totality in your mind. Eating is not the same as putting it in the mouth. Okay, sorry. Okay, I will respond to this in earnest. But like, NR, I need you to understand that is literally she uses the phrase that porn uses to describe someone before they give someone oral. Like, I can't help but tell you that in fact you are splitting the finest of hairs that just doesn't work here. Every time I see Garlean's name, you think you always, what if you called the Guar Lion instead? Yeah, then I know the band. I'm learning the IBO was the sacred cow you initiated the hardest clampdown ever. Yeah, no, it's a good way of putting it. I am like emotionally detached from everything that I interpret. Maybe it's some difference. It talks about eating the shrimp. Yeah, I know. I get that. But that's also just like, it is definitely the phrase. You haven't seen IBO, but you wanted to ask, isn't the finale the least secret thing in the Gundam fandom? Well, Midori, I don't know what it is, so it's secret enough, I suppose. The glossary in terms is really hard to put together because you could argue it should have also serious terms. Yeah, and like I do think Akarasu tries to do that, but it would be really helpful to have it for sure. You're a Lafner lover in IBO. That scene was very clearly fan servicey, and to show Lafner flirty side. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a stretch by any sense of the imagination to say what I said is true. Whether you like it or not, we can fight about that some other time. But for sure, that is the thing. Austin is the anathema of a usual Discord user. Yeah, no, you are absolutely correct, Trumper. But you clocked that immediately. Well, and Midori, I am also I am super careful with spoilers somehow. So there's that also. I mean, sure, yeah, but NR, that is true. It is interplay of the two of them. But, we are idealizing violence already. The violence is the sexy part. That is part of her, more chaotic kind of character compared to the other two. That is part of the draw. That is part of the sexy. You sadly can't gaslight Austin about Lafner being heavily sexualized, very much part of her character. Yeah. And, that's not the problem, though. My problem is not that. So, yeah, here are my three summations, which part of what I guess I already said is I think y'all like giving me a hard time because I haven't seen everything yet, and just good interpretive work means that you accept the premise of what you see at the time. I am working with the information that I have, and I 100% believe what I've seen right now. And once I get new information, because it changes, once I learn something else, I will then change my opinion about it. I just need to wait for that to be the case, and it's not yet. Second, oh boy, we're so hurt here. Second, I think a lot of my problems do not come from the fact that characters are being sexualized. It is that the common trait across the vast majority of media, I would go so far as to say 95% of media, is when a character expresses a healthy relationship to sexuality, internally, that becomes a thing that all of us get to partake in, which I don't think is good. I will celebrate the fact that these characters have a healthy sexuality, but I don't need to partake in that for that to be true about the character. And I think there's definitely some times where we are given more than is reasonable for the character to give. And I think part three, a lot of the things that people argued with me about were contingent on each other in a way that I'm not sure people were catching. And that's why I said I will write more about this later. But many of these things are true, and that's why a lot of them also they are re-defending each other. Yeah, no, Dromker, you have correctly clocked the way in which I've been able to avoid a lot of these problems, which is to say that I don't have social media. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but it's funny you give you a hard time. Yeah, no, it is very funny. My problem was you went hard on sexy instead of sexy violence. because the show is already in the context of we are trying to tell stories about violence, but we are not necessarily already trying to tell stories about sexuality. And I think the way that they chose to insert it was in a way to the disservice of the other thing they were trying to say. We did. Well, what would Creighton say? You're so careful about spoilers. Oh, yeah. No, Creighton, you're good. You have. Please don't like stress yourself out about it. You've been doing a wonderful job, and like I said, like I'm not gonna be like deeply upset if I do see spoilers. It's just like I'm trying not to, you know. It's funny because Teiwaz and Xenoblade is one of your only two good examples of harem, so you're fascinated where Austin lands. Yeah, right. And like here's the other thing is that all of y'all are like trying to fight me. Where it's like, team, fam, I've seen these people for 5 minutes. So these people have been on screen for such a little amount of time that I have no idea, like, I have just so little the rest of this context. I think it's funny you say that about Xenoblade, though, because I think Xenoblade usually is regarded as pretty poor for exactly that reason, that it's like, oh boy, we are very harem-y and no one asked for this in a way that is healthy. Sexuality does not have to be the forefront of personality of a character to be healthy. Yeah, exactly, Dromker. Thank you. I'm assuming you're saying that because that sounds like you're agreeing with what I said before. But it's hard to have a character with a sex-positive attitude or personality and not have the audience partake in it. The best you can say is maybe Faye from Cowboy Bebop. I don't think that's true, Cam. I think that is part of the reason why I'm so like aggressive about it. Is I have seen plenty of deliberately forward-facing media. Like, typically more indie productions, but like productions that are not going to try and get like a lot of advertising staying power that can do it in a way that is healthy. I also have a very different opinion, and maybe here's something we've not talked about deliberately enough, which is also why I wanted to like pause to see if I can talk about this better on Discord too. That I have just different rules if it's a live person versus an animated person. Because a live person can give consent in a way that we make characters that are digital give consent, which is just different to me. The extreme irony that I only know the characters you are talking about from the blue and green site. From the blue and green site? What is the blue and green site? If you will play Clara Obscura, it will be almost blind. Yeah. What? Hold on. How is that related? You will fight isn't a problem. It's just a preference. There's definitely times objectively there are times where it is a problem. There are times where it can be preference based, but there are definitely times where it becomes a problem. Like that's a hard line for sure. You're up to date with OG lore apart from the crazy side content lore, so it's funny to watch other reactors. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a lot of really good detail on IBO so far. Like obviously I remember practically nothing of my first time with it clearly going into this, so no, the fandom loves the writers weren't cowards and the harem route was the true route for the first time ever instead of the best girl losing. I mean, that's good. I know a lot of the complaint is always that like we have characters that sort of get like sidelined. But like that's the choosing part is not the problem. Oh, you mean I could be a little bit more? So I'm not surprised that the internet's here, but like again, like I've got more organized things to say when I'm like also trying to play a game that I'll like definitely add into this. Actually, we're playing a game called Chroma Squad recently, Contact Games, about a group of people running a Super Sentai show, and they were doing an episode where they saved someone. One of the characters offered her sister that played a role because she always wanted to be saved by a group of heroes, but they pointed out that might be as sexist, so they chose the character's brother that played the role instead. I don't understand why, but like I'm also like I don't have the context for that, so I can't help there. But just like do not be openly exhibitionist without consent. You do not get my point. Oh, okay. again. That's why I said like I'll follow it up on in Discord. Oh, Rule 34 is the blue and green site. Got it. I did not associate that with the colors in the way that like people jokingly call Pornhub, like the black and orange site or whatever. Last comment, we're responding to Cam. Oh yeah, no, I knew. Okay, no. Okay, that's it. Sorry, no, you were talking to Cam. I have like such a hard time. I also have a hard time to figure out whether people are talking to me or not. It seems like, yeah, you could probably write it. I think Rule 34 is probably safe to write. I think that is not in public parlance enough that you are probably good. You watched the video of Battle Moon Wars. It hurt me almost physically that the creator gave a real HP and guard instead of a real HP guard. Gracious, gave a real HP and guard instead of mobility. But like, that's at least interesting. It's different. That doesn't seem bad to me. Green site is Rule 34. Blue site is Gelboro. I do not recognize that one. And yes, agrees one of the worst tankiness is why his character tankiness instead of evasion. I mean, like, how many part slots do they have? Like, I think there's ways to still make that work. The logic was basically people who are watching the show might think that it's the case because it's a very common trope that female characters are damsels in distress. Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, I definitely like to be grumpy about this. That, like, stories about saving people are really important and we should be telling them. It's just that we often have the same type of person to a very, very specific degree always be the one that gets saved. Like, that's bad. We have a lot of chatter to play, which isn't helpful for you. Yeah, no, it's definitely hard for me to try and figure out who's talking to me and who's not. Yeah, no, Cam, I do think you definitely do a good job of. I think it shows also how much that you have like done this for like I think you said before that you did this for one of your friends too. That like it definitely makes it very clear who you're talking to, and it's just like a thing that we'll get used to more as we keep doing this, as we continue to have this like was much weirder than normal space on YouTube. But yeah, Chroma Squad, good game, not very expensive. You got it because the Nintendo eShop was having a sale. It wasn't on sale. You just saw it while looking for stuff, and I was like, 14 pounds. That's a good deal. That's a pretty good deal. Yeah, like typically I'm going to be grumpy if we like remove a character's agency in a lot of ways, and that is like the quintessential damsel. I think there are definitely times where we can find characters that don't have a lot of agency, and that's like worth exploring. It's just when we like deliberately remove them is when it feels bad. Also, you got Forever Games in that sale for less than 10 pounds. Yeah, no, that's real nice, especially in the face of how like some games feel like they're $90 anymore. Like a good show game should have some kind of role reversal with a damsel. Yeah, like it's nice. It is nice when we deliberately take into account like that being a character archetype that is so proliferant that we do try to frustrate it some way, or we do try to like iterate on it some way. Yeah. You normally dislike labeling certain tropes as bad or should never be used. But I'm not saying that the trope full stop shouldn't be. It is actually here. Let me tack this onto any of our analyses too. That a lot of my interpretations are coming through a lot of ubiquity of these features. Like any single trope or any single like narrative beat is bad if we do it all of the time. Like we should reduce the amount of like commonality in our storytelling. Like when we try to tell but one thing, we are simplifying our ability to tell stories. The trope itself, the character type itself is not a problem. It is that it shows up so regularly that it's clear that we are trying to say something very specifically about those kind of people in the stories that we tell. And regularly it is about women. Like Zelda does something in both Zelda games. Yeah, I think Zelda tends to be slightly on the more, like, nuanced side of it. Not always though. Like Zelda is definitely one of the people who started said trope. Not started, who modernized in video games. Said. Gaburo is an offshoot of Dangoro, an extremely large image board. They are usually very useful. They have safe search options to use them for millions of wallpaper. Okay, cool. Okay. Like Paper Mario has some parts with Peach sneaking around, helping in the background. Yeah. I think Peach is also another good example of a character that is in like popular parlance that is very damsel in distress. Sometimes they do something meaningful with her, and sometimes they don't. Yeah, I mean it's not just about it being boring, NR. It is that regularly trying to repeat a cultural occurrence, like a trope, does try to instill a certain attitude, or does say that there is a common attitude held by writers about these people, that it keeps getting. Because you're going to take each show as its own. It feels weird holding it responsible for other shows in the genre or shows that use similar trope. I understand the want to do that. It does feel like you are asking it to do a task that really shouldn't be like its responsibility. But like nothing is made in a vacuum. Everything is made in response to something else. Everything is made influenced by something else. But I mean, like, that is also why people interpret things differently. I know that I will always come from that perspective. Like, that is the academic background talking for me. That, like, you very deliberately should interpret everything with as much context of the rest of the genre as possible, because it is coming out of a genre that is made deliberately innocent. Being your proprietor of there's no bad ideas, just bad execution of an idea. Obviously, various examples of like that are, but like GT full of good ideas, all executed poorly. What is GT? Hold on. There's so many options for GT. There are trope genres defining, but the show could stand by itself usually. Well, but I think that's also the thing, right? Is that like you should also interpret it as you should interpret it by itself, but also interpret it in the context of the rest of like it is like hard to ask for sure, but you should kind of do both. You'll defend 0 speak with your life since it's fun. NR, I think that might be the heart of the thing. Oh, Dragon Ball GT, thank you. I think that's maybe one of the things that I want to try and instill in the community. Is it being fun is not a justification for things working a certain way. Like that is especially for plot, especially for saying things about characters that like actively hurt people in the real world. It being fun is not a good enough answer. But I do agree that Super Princess Peach is worthwhile, but I think it's not just because it's fun. I think it's also doing like we are deliberately being given tools that are conventionally feminine and are conventionally represented as being supportive, as being her like way of interacting with the world. And that is like definitely an outlier more than it is a common, as like the briefest summation of that game. You only hate one trope, and that's the anime guy ends up being mistaken as a pervert and gets beaten up for something they didn't mean to do. I am very sick of that creep, but I'm also sick of both. I'm sick of the like baiting of this like, oh, I didn't mean to do it, but you know. We are knocking doors on everything. We are knocking doors on everything is political. I mean, yes, correct, yeah, absolutely. Dragon Ball GT, yeah. It's way Super Saiyan 4, baby, the Shadow Dragons, etc. from. Got it. That's one trope you don't know if you've ever seen done well, but you know where it comes from since it appears in particular genres. Yeah, no, it does feel usually pretty sloppy. I've got no horse in the race for GT and know so little about Dragon Ball. About tropes, you agree that variety is useful. My problem is when people take on heavy deviation and use it to label the rest as the same bad thing. That's why your daily backhand Evangelion. Oh yeah, no. You can also for sure waste a lot of time by going like, I did something different, therefore it is good. Like there's a lot of like middle 70s and 80s literature that does that a lot, where it's just like simply because I am different, I must be saying something meaningful. And like that is a logical fallacy of the highest order. To me, everything's political is more about a spectrum than yes or no. I mean, kind of, but a lot of things are a lot more political when you become part of the social group or become part of the group for whom the topic is. So it is also like about either acknowledging or or seeing where your privilege or where your like ability to like exists. That was also not very cogent. Apologies. This is fine. But a lot of time, those things feel less threatening or feel less serious because they're not an issue that you actively have to deal with. And like, I want to try to be cognizant of that, like, just because I am free does not mean everybody else. The argument there is media isn't responsible for people who can't understand the difference between fiction and reality. But I think that's I think that argument is true, and that is also not the point here. I think that lets too many things get away with the fact that media both teaches, but more importantly reinforces things that people do know, even if it is fiction. Like, we use fiction to tell stories about ourselves. Even if we aren't exactly doing that thing, it is still reinforcing ideas about ourselves. Like, it feels willfully naive to say that because it is fiction, it doesn't like involve the real world at all. Sometimes it also reads like that person who, without social media, has the time to control the world and or at least change it. I can't. Are you saying that like it's a good thing or a bad thing, Trumper? Are you saying that I'm trying to, or are you saying that like I have the leadership chops to maybe do it? Also, it's a very damaging desire to subvert at all costs. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, NR, where it's like we waste a lot of time if we're just like, I'm doing something different simply because it is different. Maybe you said that at the time. I was just like taking time to get the chat. He's pressuring people off social media. I think, actually here, I think a lot of this comes from y'all thinking that this is uninfluenced. Like, the reason I don't have social media is not because I didn't have it, it's because I was like, this isn't worth it. Like, don't worry. I know. This is because I know. If you're a minority, the people make your life political. That's scary. I mean, yeah. I mean, it would be good. It would be good if people didn't have to constantly live in fear of being part of like a social current. But like, that is unfortunately how all of it works. But if it's a spectrum, since it doesn't affect you until it does, if you enter X group and you are affected, if you aren't and you are not affected, that's where the spectrum stands. I mean, sure, but I think that it is irresponsible of us not to recognize that, like, the social orders that are problematic are not waiting for everyone. Like, they are waiting. They want people to not. They want people to wait until it affects them, and that is like how we stop living as a community, you know? Like your allegory are the users hand a goose that lays a golden egg to a farmer who has no idea how to take care of the goose. The guy goes and kills it in a week and makes no money. Doesn't matter how good an idea it is, if you execute poorly, you're going to get a poor result. Yeah, I mean, I think the analogy, I understand where your analogy is coming from. I think it is one that is like founded in, there is a like right way or there is a knowable way. Like, part of that problem is like, part of the problem is people are making choices because they need to deliberately do things because they have no other recourse. But that, like, a lot of that comes from systemic problems or like systemic reinforcement. The problem a lot of people take the fact that art imitates life is to force it to be real life. I don't think a lot of people are forcing it to be real life. I don't think that that's the, I don't think that that's the case. I think the fact that we like describe it as imitating is maybe a little unexamined for my tastes, but I do put a hard expectation on interpretation. So there is that. To me, the end of the political art spectrum of yes is propaganda. Yeah, no, propaganda is definitely the end of one of the sides of that spectrum for sure. you sadly think we stopped living as a community in 2016-ish while the internet fractured the world and everyone has their own pseudo-realities? I mean, I do think so, Cam. I think that's, like, correct. No, oh my words. That's why I get this way about it. Because, like, I would love to, like, I think it's important that we return to that. And, like, I will fight on my little corner of the internet to try and convince a couple of people to believe that. Like, I do think we are deeply fractured right now. And I think that that's, like, kind of what is doing a lot of this to us. A good modern example is One Punch Man. One Punch Man ladies season, they were handed a golden goose of a franchise and immediately killed. Oh, the latest season. Yeah. Funnily enough, you could say that in the LGBT, the gay men have a little bit more privilege. Oh, yeah, no. Like, I was watching a really interesting, I guess, documentary about the way in which a lot of the more wealthy spaces, not the billionaires, but like the multimillionaires, are starting to skew more towards gay men, and that in probably like 10 to 15 years, like the gay mask representation is probably going to be part of the in crowd now because of our like somewhat changing ideas of like social structure, and the gay man is not going to be nearly as out of power as the rest of the LGBTQ space for sure. The echo chambers and bubble shapes are scary. Yeah, filter bubbles. There's a really interesting TED Talk before TED Talks stopped being meaningful. There's a really interesting TED Talk about filter bubbles and the way that like staying internal to your space just continues to keep you internal to your space. And like, how do you pursue information outside of what is like immediately represented to you? Yeah, no, we sure did land on a 7, didn't we? Here, let's do this. You mean sure, but that isn't changing the larger populace. People love their news sites, their algorithms, their echo chambers. Yeah, people do, which is why we need to like encourage people to like. That's why deliberately telling people about it, trying to make people aware of it, trying to encourage people to not is like part of the thing. Even they'll tend to seek out conflict, especially in their views. Yeah, no, it's very true, which is why like people that care about like educating, people that care about like thoughtfulness, that's why I want to try to inspire like thoughtfulness and frustrate them. You don't know, if you listen to a lot of anti-woke criticism, it's just that you force political positions violently on people, like Veilguard having current-day gender ideology, which would be weird, or putting transitional scars in, which makes no sense. Or putting transitioning scars in. I think I'm going to need you to expound on that a little bit more. Basically putting things in a piece of media without thinking what it means in the setting. But regularly the criticism of spaces that are like LGBTQ friendly or are like racially minority friendly are criticized for doing that as a way to try and like devalue them. But I also don't know Veilguard, so like maybe in this specific case that is not true. But aren't the pseudo realities just the village and the city communities we had before globalization and mass communities? No, because there's a lot of community spaces that used to be dedicated to supporting the like immediate like community that you see, not just the one that you have in your head that is part of your community. Like, I think a lot of our problems now are related to the way in which we have decided community means people that are almost identical to us, rather than any derivation from us. And like that keeps us from like actually interacting in a way that leads us like regularly out of our like problems. Your high major bubble is not your small town. You'd be a really different person if that was your bubble. Yeah. Kind of, but not really, Midori, because we can select and filter these realities. I mean, but like, can we? Like, is that not part of the problem? Is that so much of this stuff is like churned to algorithm already that we like don't get the ability to, that we like don't get to decide a lot of these things, that a lot of these things are just handed to us in a way that we like don't realize we don't have control over. I see it now. Saving the world complex. Are you saying that I have a save the world complex? He's the activist. Like, oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, 100%. Velgard has a non-binary character not used in the game terms for it. And then the character customization screen, you can add transitional scars. Oh, I got it. Okay. I definitely need to see it to see what's going on there. Dragon Age the Veilguard has transitional scars in a universe where shape-shifting magic and stuff. Why is this here? Why would you have those scars in a universe that has magic? Because like you want to see your own body represented for once. It's okay, I'm the anime print tag. I've created such an interesting relationship with all of y'all. For some reason, this conversation reminds me of a thing that happened recently that made me ungodly angry. Like, if a person did this in front of me, I would punch their teeth out of rage. What I'm doing, Pringle? I mean, good, I'm glad. I hope to frustrate. Kind of the plan. People are unknowingly filtered, but yeah, they are filtering. When you choose do not recommend or choose to watch X video over Y. Yeah, like I think a lot of the problem with the reason the algorithms are systemic now is because we are choosing something we didn't know we were choosing. And that is like really penalizing us in a way that we don't know. Cool. Also, I wish do not recommend worked more. The amount that do not recommend doesn't work. I've had the same channel that I've asked do not recommend come back like 2 weeks later so many times. We do change our realities for worse low filtering what we do not like. That's important, but it should be moderate. Yeah, I mean, like, don't constantly subject yourself to things that are bad or like are like brain destroying you for sure. But like the way in which we choose to filter out information that is inconvenient for like this shape of the world we've already made is like definitely part of the problem. Basically, a YouTuber died this year called Scottish Girl Lily. It was very sad, very sudden, and the community she was part of made a bunch of memorials of her. And fortunately, some people use AI. Oh, that is really frustrating. No, I would definitely punch them too, Pringle. Never mind. I thought you wanted to punch me. Want to see your own body for once is not a good excuse for doing damage to a world people like and care about. I think I hard disagree, Cam. Hard disagree. Sacrifice literally every video game we have ever made for the sake of people being able to like actually feel represented in their bodies is so much more important. It's lazy? No, that's definitely not true. Like there are so many conceits in fantasy that we make that just do not make sense, that we simply make because that is more convenient for the narratives we are already telling. Like there are so many times that happens. Like I definitely need to study. Yeah, and I do need to agree. Don't compromise your universal representation. I just don't think that that's compromising. I think the only reason it feels compromising is because people want to pay attention to it in a way that is not already incorporated. It is not lazy. There are so many things that don't fit in fantasy settings that we do just take for granted already because they are already part of the common parlance, and we are familiar with them because of like Lord of the Rings, basically. Again, you've heard that there are problems with how healthy it is scientifically. Yeah, I mean, like I said too, I have also not seen it, so like I don't know, but there are plenty of times that people have scars because of transitioning, and like that. The way in which we so often try to remove people's, especially like. The trans experience is one that is so regularly removed from media. I do, for someone who says, like, try new things to figure out what it is, we have to try stuff sometimes to see how it works. Because, yeah, if you're using AI for memorial art, you're not doing it because you care the person died and people are mourning. You're doing it for clicks. Those people are subhuman. I mean, calling them subhuman is definitely not helping. I think that's part of a problem, too. That we, like, want to find ways to disqualify people. Like, part of the problem is that people are doing it. Like, we have to acknowledge that people are doing it, but I'm glad you got it out, though. You disagree that you should morph a space to accommodate. that's not accommodation then. Accommodations are ways to change spaces to make them more suit. Like, we should be accommodating in every space. Accommodation is a thing that should be built into everything that we do. That's why it's accommodation. Like, there's definitely very lazy representation. There's plenty of representation. Like, there's plenty of representation that is tokenizing. Lazy representation is tokenizing. And like I said, maybe this case it is. Like, I have not seen it. But trans people play EA perfectly fine without scarring. Sure, but like, that's like, maybe that's like part of the thing too. Is, oh, people didn't complain. People did the thing before, therefore it is fine. Where people who exist in minority spaces spend a lot of time being like, oh, this will never be for me, so like, what's the point in saying a thing? Like, simply because people are not saying anything is not a good enough answer. Like, have we asked them? Is there a way for them to respond in a way that is not like the most vitriolic, like, hateful antagonism about the topic? Because like, the trans community is the one that is like perhaps the least able to speak and defend, because it is the thing that gets the most antagonism from the rest of media. You never understood the importance of representation, but you arrived at least to the point that thinking it makes someone happy, good for them. Yeah, like, the reason representation is important is we have stories that, like, if there are stories about people and you never see yourself as the people that the stories are about, like, that is the definition of othering. Your conversation to your world, people learning about how you live just never happens. Yeah, no, like there's definitely representation that is very tokenizing, and like that is how we like form very negative stereotypes. That's how we reinforce like more hateful messaging, and that's like usually the reason why I get grumpy about things. Oh no, I say it as an insult. You think people shouldn't do that? All the people who do it. Oh yeah, no, I know you're saying it as an insult, but like, I think that is like also part of the problem that we are. The more ways we the more ways we find to justify trying to think of people as less relevant or like subhuman, the more we will justify more reasons to be frustrated with them. But like, people are doing this, and it's the problem. You're being so angry, your brain cannot rationalize a human doing that. Like, you generally do not believe AI is a good thing. You know, it has some applications and uses, but right now, not at all. I finally someone who agrees with me about AI. It's causing people to become more violent, actively closing up jobs in places where people can build infrastructure and housing. Also, it vessels up all of our water. Yeah, no, it is. It's tools help people do work to free up time. AI just we can't go onto the AI thing, but I do agree. You refuse, you have to do harm to your brand, and sometimes you can probably, something won't go well, like sticking your dick in a toaster. I don't think if caring about representation or like adding accommodation ruins your brand, then I don't think you have a good brand, and I don't think your brand is worth saving. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like it is quite possible that this world, like that this specific building element does become tokenizing. Like, I can't say enough times. I've not seen it, so I don't know. But I'd rather err on the side of I'd rather it be there, because I'd rather people be able to be seen. But it does simply appeal to a very, very small minority of players and makes players question the lore decisions. I think the appeal to the idea that we should appeal to a minority of players is also rooted in a logical fallacy. If we keep appealing to the people that are already part of the community, we're going to keep reinforcing that same community. And the people who are not part of the community are not being appealed to. Therefore, they're not going to be part of the community. So, like, the want to try to stay internal to a community that is already, or the want to try to not leave the community, but appeal to a community that is already like being supported is like circular logic. like wanting black people in a historic game that has no black people in actual history because some idiots did not understand how far away you would need to walk. Right, but like there, if like what value is gained? What value is gained in trying to be sincerely historic in a lot of these things? Because we eschew so many more historic elements to what we do when we play games. That like that's not a good reason not to have like representation. Like I could see a style of game that values its historic realism over a lot of other like player integrated elements. But in most cases that is not the case. It is also hard not talking about this in example when I like have a like if we had a better example to talk about. Like we were talking about a lot of these things in action. Your thing about representation in video games is it could be a toggle in character creation. You could choose those things. It's not better to have more options. Right, exactly, Dromker. Like if this thing is not relevant for you, then like why does it matter that it's there? If it doesn't benefit you, you can just ignore it. It is present because it does benefit some people. So like I don't understand like what the concern or the downside is. You mean the trans community did itself no favors with the Hogwarts Legacy pre that game? Do you think the public was mostly pro, or do you want in the privacy of your own home, maybe with the caveat, don't mess with kids? But like Hogwarts, no matter what, the Harry that is not the trans community not doing itself any favors. Like Harry Potter is always going to be one of the largest like enemies to the trans community because of how vitriolic J.K. Rowling is. People who are like trying to just live their lives. It's causing people to hold on. Where are we? Hold on. The amount of good it does not outweigh the massive. Hold on. Oh boy, I missed a lot of Hogwarts stuff. Hold on. It's causing people to become more violent. It's actively closing up. Oh, no, we got there. Okay, first stream back is the fire hot one. We'd love to see it. Yeah. How much politics do you want to see in your Super Wars gameplay? But okay, but here's the thing, Dromker. No matter what, all of this is political. Like we are seeing politics in it. It's just whether we like think about it or not, because it's whether it's relevant to like whether it already reinforces our own like version of the world. No matter like these are so political because we have them adjacent to other pieces of media. Like copying or re-representing media is a political issue. We are talking about mecha genres, and mecha genres so often relate to a fight against fascism. Almost all of the villains of these shows have some version of fascism to them. Like that's deeply political. For the whole Durskers, if you have transphobic, if you do not want to date them, consent is a thing. But it's not that you don't want to date. That is so very minimizing of the situation. It is the regularity with which people do not okay, it's twofold. It's the regularity with which people do not have the option to date trans characters. And B, the way in which transness is so often received as being an other genre that like you are not a man, you are a trans man. You're not a woman, you're a trans woman. As if that is somehow different. Like, if you date a woman, but you would not date a trans woman, depending on how that is presented, like, that is part of the problem. Like, people who are trans just want to be able to live normally as their gender. What did Hogwarts Legacy do? Luda said probably a lot. I'm sure the rest of these messages are going to be this. The fact is that you rarely relate real people alone to fictional characters. Probably part of your artistic spectrum, you need to actively empathy on manual shift. I mean, yeah, no, that's fair. Like, it's probably good that you are not equating real life people to fictional characters, but I think part of the reason that people like me get so aggressive about this is because it's also doesn't have to be deliberate. The amount of good it does to not outweigh the massive negative is to go back into the lab, be tested more and more efficiently because it should be used. They got a functional model and now they've shattered out for people to use because they want to make investors happy, and you pray to effing God that AI bubble. Oh, for AI, yeah. When it comes to AI, you compare it to net decking and Yu-Gi-Oh. You can do it, but you should change it enough yourself to make it yours. Oh, definitely. I don't think that's a good representation of net decking either. Just copy decks wholesale because like that's how you learn how to play with them. It's just that AI net decking, when you net deck, you are copying a piece of information that people have used. AI is not information people have used. You just deceive yourself into whether it works or not. Weird boycott nonsense and harassing normies who bought the game because JK bad. A bunch of trans activists have harassed and made death threats because of JK Rowling. But the whole JK Rowling othering is kind of weird too, since she is a progressive too. She's just not as progressive. She is not progressive. She is pretend progressive in order to like get a lot of internet clout. Sometimes reinforcing community is fine. Reinforcing community is fine. A community generally has an identity. If people don't like it, they can leave to create a subsect 3 and not engage with it. Right, but that is othering. That is a way of separating people. Like that is no different than all the segregation that we engaged in, just on a different level. Like that is not healthy. We should avoid doing that. The chat went 2 different dense topics. Do you think Austin's giving it all to say his opinions? He once said part of the debate. He said once he was part of a debate team. No, in fact, Drumker, I was not part of the debate team, surprisingly. I'm trying to give my all, though. I'm trying to fight AI ad representation argument. No, it's true. It's so divided that I can't like have a really cogent point. As I want to try and get through this really quickly so we can get actually back to playing the game too. The game has tried to be historic simulation. It was really hard on it, so it was completely stupid. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Kingdom Come Deliverance tried in no way to be a historic simulator. It pretended to be for all the people who were like medieval history war buffs, but there were so many things in that game that were not. Like so quickly, if you like studied that period at all, if you know actual history about it, it's so much not. It's so funny how much it isn't. I figured that was the game you were talking about because that one regularly comes up. Yeah. At least he's not mathematizing while fighting. No, it's true. I probably can. You don't give a flying F about historical realism. Like, representation is more important unless it makes absolutely 0 sense for the time period. Like, there were a handful of black people in Japan. Yeah, like, Oda famously had a black samurai who was, like, his right-hand man. I wish it would stop scrolling down all the way. I do want to I like have to make sure I talk about this because like queer identity is very important to me. Like my partner is a man. My partner is like I need to talk about this. Like you really can notice how much less they want to have queer ideology in society. People do really try to force LGBTQ people out for sure. Oh, how dare you? It's one of the 5 good things we have in England. Maybe that says more about England than Harry Potter. 90s. Also, I have Harry Potter. Do not give about the community. Do not give about J.K. Rowling. The movies are nostalgic to me. You think they're good. But, like, nostalgia should not be the thing that keeps things going if they're problematic. But Austin cannot get into people not wanting to date trans people. We will never make names. Yeah, it's true. It was very later, but the game is hilariously very political. The Earth Federation was trying to sell Earth to aliens. Right? Thank you, Midori. Right? Like... it was in my head. Thank you for saying it, Alex. I just could not get to it. There are so many political elements to this. Like we have like presidents who are walking around. These are a good filter. Okay. Again, it comes off really gross. You are trying to force people to do something they want to. You're allowed to reject sexual partner for any reason, no matter what it is. Kind of like. You never have to participate. You never have to date anybody. I do think it's worrying that we use the phrase sexual partner when we talk about dating. Like, that is also, people can be ace or people don't have to be in relationships for that. I get what you mean though. But, like, the way in which we regularly go, like, you don't qualify enough as a person I would otherwise be interested in is, like, definitely a way in which we conceive of gender that hurts people who just got born with genes that were not healthy. Like, it is because things have not been normalized that we have a hard time like addressing. Yeah. You're not entitled to communities. You will in fact be okay with othering people, especially people who don't care about the things there. I don't think that's true. I think you are entitled to community. You're not entitled to every community, but you are entitled to community. And people wanting to be represented is not a bad thing. JK was progressive definitely in the past, but but she was progressive in a way that was just for social clout, like that was just for representation. Like we have a stream and we just go back through J.K. Rowling's tweets. We can talk about it. Congratulations, Drumscarf. Glad the World Cup is. I'm glad that the World Cup has been joyful for you. I do have not all of it. She is just an exclusionary feminist. Yeah, she is a TERF. She's definitely a TERF, and TERFs are not progressive. Austin, poor Austin thinks there's meant to this. No, you right. Yeah, TERF is the word. TERF is the word. I mean, yeah, like participate, like you definitely aren't responsible for the way the rest of your fandom is, but kind of knowing what's going on is probably not the worst thing. The chat reflects the streamer. And sometimes, yeah, no, I feel like this is probably one of the most disparate. Yeah, I think because I am like willing to engage with conversation rather than be like, no, I disagree with you, get out. I do think we tend to have a wide berth of opinions going on here. Okay, we're fine. Oh, yeah, he had the wall on. Sorry, I do not trust you on that unless you write that down exactly as wrong with Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, sure. The reason that I am saying that is I have a number of friends from college who were history majors who we like talked about it with. But I recognize also that's just like my uncle from Nintendo. So like I can go through it if you're really interested. I don't know what time I'll have to do that. How dare you imply England is TERF Island? Only we get to say that. I have no words for you there. Rowling became a TERF. She did not start as a TERF. I don't think someone just starts it. I don't think someone becomes a TERF, but again, girlfriend, boyfriend is different to normal friends. Sure, but like not everything is about just having sex with people. You're just not attracted to people romantically, period. Sexuality, yes, romantically. Sure, like maybe that's true for you. I think that's not true for everybody, you know. We don't talk about the nuance of TERFs. They all have to be evil, irredeemable. Thank you, Dromker, for trying to get us to move on. I'm not saying that she's not a TERF or saying TERF is the right thing to be. All but nuance exists, and you need to figure out how you made enemies. I mean, fair. Midori, you've summed it up very well. Yeah, like the way in which she is progressive is about defending the right. Like she protects the rights of things that she values, which is to say, that's not actually what being progressive is. It's hilarious because I feel like the spectrum goes furthest left is Austin, then Dromker, then you, then NR. I think that's probably roughly how that lines up. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the most dense, but yeah. Sorry, Corey, that we're sort of leaving you in the dust. That's okay. It sounds like Lunasan also too. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're definitely winding down. If you made an enemy for the right reason, continue. If not, you do reflect and change, and think of the trends changes needed, which you already talked about. I am definitely on board. I'm definitely on board with if you made enemies for the right reasons, continue. If not, reflect and change. Yeah. Oh, you're cool. You're reading Hajime no Ippo. I definitely need to read Hajime no Ippo. I like that's like the sport anime or sport manga that I probably don't get into. ADHD final boss of multi-topic conversation with Austin's chat. Absolutely. But yeah, basically with Harry Potter, you like the movies before Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. You think the franchise should have stopped to end the Harry Potter movies? I mean, yeah, I think most franchises should probably stop instead of trying to like reinvent themselves constantly for nostalgia value. Yes, no, absolutely, Pringle. You can definitely enjoy art even if the art is a piece of garbage or even if it has problematic things in it. But allowing yourself to enjoy it, like enjoying it and therefore allowing those things to stand is the problem. If we can't be critical of those things, even if we enjoy a thing. Like, I think it's maybe to go back to our IBO conversation very briefly. I think the fact that I'm willing to criticize things that I like comes off as if I don't like them a lot, because that's just like what having a healthy relationship with media is. TERFs tend to be TERFs for a reason, normally pretty bad abuse from men. I don't think that's the case, Cam. I don't think that's the case. TERFs tend to be TERFs because, like, people hate trans people. Like, we have such a hatred for anyone who is gender nonconforming. God, I wish Lava were here. Shocker, most authors won't agree with you. People need to learn that lesson. Oh, yeah, no, it is really true how much we're like, it doesn't have to be like all or nothing. The authors do like to ride the waves too much. After all, it usually comes with a style of life. What, like ride the waves of discourse about like all or nothing. You also do not like how the LGBTQ is so politicized, which has increasingly caused a split in the community. I mean, it would be heckin' great if we didn't have to be, but when it's hard for us to walk outside. It's kind of a reason. What mental health tip you found? Don't join Twitter. 100% Luna Sand. If your explanation is just people are evil, I'm not going to meet you there. Yeah, right. Like people are not inherently evil, but people do hate for reasons that are not necessarily like the way you phrased it is like there's a justifiable reason where like people can also have unjustifiable reasons. It doesn't inherently make them evil, but they can have unjustified reasons for doing things. This reminds you of Williams Academy. I'm glad. All right, hold on. Also, progressives have a massive problem of policing their own groups. There are bad trans people, and they do not get the hate they deserve from inside. I mean, to say that they don't get enough hate is not helpful. Like, being able to like be healthy is a thing that is done through encouragement, not hatred. But like, yes, there are plenty of people, regardless of group, that can be unhealthy or destructive. I just suspect that there's a lot fewer of those than I think there's a lot fewer of those than you think, I suspect, because those are people who are probably running you up against things that feel inconvenient for how you think. People didn't feel things for a reason, and there is a trend among TERFs that you're not saying they all are abuse victims, but being one seems to be an additive factor. Assuming that is also, like... It is very hard to trust someone whose motivations are, your very existence is I reject your very existence. Please trust that I have a good assessment of, like, I don't know. I am less willing to believe people whose, like, core motivation is to hate people. By the way, about how you did something famous and that could carry you. Oh, got it. Yeah. J.K. Rowling was in women's housing before, so that checks out. What checks out? You'll accept there's unjustified reasons. If you agree, there are justified reasons, lol. I see if you can understand me through my snark. Yeah, no, I do hear your snark. There are justified reasons people have to do things. There are things that no matter what are always unjustified. You wish you could stay committed to some anime series. You actually finish them. I feel there's definitely some series that I've just dropped because I'm just like I've forgotten about them. Redemption is a really difficult path because it needs self-recognition and support. Yeah, and the way in which we framed like redemption as a the way in which we frame redemption is also a really complicated issue now too. You mean Steel Manning, the core motive wouldn't be hating it; it would be protecting themselves and others like them. But you understand the skepticism, yeah. You're not saying that there are not so many bad. That trans people have the same amount of bad people than any other group, unless their culture makes it worse. I think the unless their culture makes it worse is the part that I'm concerned with. Oh, women's shelter. Got it. Yeah. For the final episode of Bay's Digital Circus, I did see that was coming out. Also, that was like the hardest pivot possible. Good gracious, I am heckin' exhausted. How has it been 2 hours? I mean, I know how it's been 2 hours. It's because it's because all of this got bottled up between me starting IBO, between dropping IBO stuff in Discord, and then not having a second stream. We just like had to do all of this all at one time. Yeah. No, we're all caught up now. Incredible. It just took the whole map. No, it's an hour and 40 already. It's an hour and 30 for y'all. I started 10 minutes early to get people to come in. I am reaching yet. Yeah, thank you. You still need to finish Darling in the Franks. I also want to watch Darling in the Franks. I suspect I'm gonna have a lot of thoughts about it, like a lot more thoughts. But I think I'm curious. I had a lot of thoughts about Kill la Kill that were surprisingly more positive than you would assume. Really, this is my fault for not saying IBO is the base god. I know. Well, like that was the thing, right? Like I think everyone thought I disliked it because I have genuine feedback for it. Like I'm going to be the most critical about things that I like the most, because I've thought about it more than. Imagine this kind of conversation yesterday. I know. There's a reason why I had to take off yesterday. Yeah. If culture has rules that another culture considers evil, no wonder that is the reason asylum seekers exist. Yeah, I mean, correct, but. There is definitely, like, that also isn't that just every culture is right and every culture is wrong then, though. But Darling in the Franks went so we can add to the book club. Yeah, I know, it'd be great. Like, insulting God is illegal in some places, I'll be finding stupid. Yeah. Well, and not just insulting God, insulting specifically their God. Yeah, hence why canceling was a good call. No, you got that right. No culture is perfect, are better than others. True, yes. It's not about the culture, but I meant more the rules of the culture. Like there are definitely rules that are never right, and there are definitely rules that are always right. Like there are definitely rules that protect people, and those are like infallible. Oh yeah, no, you can't, Dromker, you can't grind me to dust. I've done this with 7 classes of 30 18-year-olds before. I am withstanding anything. I just want to make sure I'm giving you enough of who I am. Like, I don't want to come off the wrong person for y'all, you know? I'm sure this topic won't loop. Yeah. No, I know. I know it's because y'all love me so much. It's amazing how much y'all show up all of the time. I think Cam and I had said this like really early on, that I promise I'll get back to the game. That like this is just such a weirdly different vibe that like I do just like genuinely engage with a lot of conversations. Like Cam, you were so surprised when I was like, no, I'm about as far left as you can be, when I was like not immediately kicking people out, right? Where it's like I just want to engage, I want to have conversations with people. Like that is how we like learn things, right? Austin's like, yo, it's the Captain America meme. I can do this all day. Yeah, absolutely, exactly. If you're living in a culture that's immoral, you'll be most likely immoral. You do not like to generalize, so you try to be as kind without being categorically wrong. Sure, yeah. No, like if you're coming from a space that is generally immoral, you are probably also going to follow suit, or roughly whatever the other like morales are. You're very sweet, calling me. I am the Superman, being the Starman. Yeah. You love debating, even fighting, even your favorite streamer. Just remember, nothing but love. Oh yeah, no, right? Like that's also why I like doing it, because like all of you, even if we do disagree, you all approach it with with a deep amount of sincerity, and like I never get the sense that you are not listening, because like you are responding to what I am saying, right? Like you are actually listening and trying to interpret what I am saying, and that's care. Like that's all I ask for. Discrimination is discrimination. I do not care if God says discriminating this person is fine. Yeah, thank you, Pringle. Exactly, right? Like, no matter what, rules about discrimination are always going to be bad rules. Like, there's no way that's ever good. And rules that protect against things that are discriminating are always good. The intentionality is always good. I am not an ideologue. That is the important difference. Yeah, no, I am genuine. No, I am also just trying to figure out, like everybody else, and I'm doing the best with what I have. But you love your crazy lefty streamer. Not a sentence you thought you'd ever say. Yeah, no, I love being the crazy lefty SRW streamer. It's a good niche I like. I don't know if I've ever had friends I fought to the death with. Is this close to fighting to the death with? I feel like Cam, I feel like you and I also are most prone to fight with things. You and I, or you and NR. No, or I and NR. We tend to fight the most. 10-10. Man, dying is really painful. Hope defies me. My parachute screw. I'm going to win out my gameplay and just wait until they're done yapping. I know, we've been leaving this man dying for 40 minutes. This is all just to punish Tenzin because of how much of a loser he is. Okay. Crazy would be going to hands. We're certainly not going to hands. All right, okay. Shall we play a video game, everybody?
The hell? They got me. Well, whatever. Guess I'll just have to continue. That'll fully restore my HP too. Tenzin, I'll just keep safe scumming. Leveling up? Screw Japan. I would take over the world. Yeah.
This was pretty heated. I don't know anything else I would clash harder with you about because we tend to agree a lot on social issues. I think this is perhaps the most heated thing. In a way that just like, this matters to me probably so much more because how much more personal it is. But Tenzin, we're different, you and I. I have friends and allies. People like Rai and I on my side. You're ready to go play a game in 2 months, waiting on Star Wars Zero Company coming out. Oh yeah, people are so excited about that. If you do when you do play that Lunasan, I would love to hear it. I'm sure a lot of you probably will. Rivals to friends, friends to lovers. Oh my, Cam. Hello. We're doing the Char Amra thing, rivals to friends? Yeah. As long as it's respectful, it's good. Only by making your ideas interact with others, they can become better. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, at worst, we have just reinforced the things that we already believed, and like having support to like defend your own beliefs is healthy. And at best, we've learned something new. Also, does Zero Company qualify as a mech game? It'll have droids. I guess it probably does qualify as a mech game. I think you gotta ask me more if Star Wars is something that I care about. You feel like you found your game, people? I'm so glad you say so, Lunasan. I love to hear that. That makes me very happy. Okay, who are we giving this to? Probably, actually, hold on. We should be deciding this also by how close are people to their masteries. I think you have yours now, right? Yeah, you do. You're at 36. That's not bad. We can also give it to Russell. I don't know how much Russell's matters, but Russell is close now. And he is kind of my boy. Oh, we also give it to Leona. Yeah. And now that he's dead, we can reveal that if Tenzin dialogue was tactics you can use in the game, like the default truck that lets you keep your money XP. You think our issue just comes down to you are more empathetic than me and welcoming while you're more standoffish and bullhorned when it comes to fandom stuff? I do think that is true. I think that is like probably if we had to summarize it quickly and roughly, that's probably a good way to describe it. You love the game Super Robot Wars. We're here to observe our streamer man play. Yeah, no, I know I'm so guilty of this. I think I was doing pretty well. I think I was doing pretty well for a bit. Not getting so distracted that I stopped playing the game. But it's like just so hard not to. Like, I do also like I care as much about the game as I care about all of you. So like it matters to me that we like have good conversations. It's like really hard for me not to do that. As much as I was teasing y'all that like y'all needed to like more Austin because I wasn't around long enough or like wasn't around yesterday. I think I just also needed all of y'all to get out of my system too. Yeah, Lunasan, no, this year and next year probably have a lot of really good stuff. It does look like we're getting a lot of good ones. But Archive has not really had to interact with your cold side much, because you very much can be. You're just thankful to not come up. I'm glad to, yeah. I mean, unless we want to fight you more, NR. I think that, yeah, like, here's the thing. I definitely used to be deeply cold, and I did a lot of introspection, and I just, like, that just did not seem sustainable. And I came to this conclusion, and it seems much better to me. You're around a TRPG thing you're playing, and you're an ambassador of Kingdom, and the role told me to make a socialist utopia. It's funny how the dice roll. That's very time play. Yeah, no, I'm super interested in Gundam Road Orbit. it's very I think we've talked a little bit before. Were you Lunasand? Were you here when we were talking about Rogue Orbit the first time? Because like there's definitely elements of it that feel very un-Gundam, but I'm here to see what the experiment is. Your biggest problem is that you can imagine some of your takes often find you in bad company. Yeah, it's hard having nuanced takes and representation without being echoed by people being bigots and just scum. Yeah. You had this when you didn't like the first Doctor Who special where they brought back David, and the first review you saw opened with a YouTuber calling the news trans character the wrong gender. I was just like, nope. Yeah. There's oh right, I forgot that Adler's still over here too. I was gonna try and save this just for Zonger, but I don't know if we can do that. Oh, I guess this doesn't cost energy. This doesn't cost energy. We can just keep doing this. Yeah, no, it is definitely it definitely says something. It definitely is a problem to constantly be surrounded by people who are like also not representative. But it was the game loud. That's interesting. I've not adjusted the volume since we started playing. Yeah. We can do that. Hold on. How's that? Is that better? I do think some of it's just the mixing of tracks. But these games do this problem happens a lot. Like I feel like this happens on Alpha regularly. Can't remember, but when you first saw the trailer, did not clock as a Gundam game. Yeah, no, totally. I think we all said that. I love you all for it so much that you're like, everyone always talks about how great the music of these games are, and you're all like, can we just hear you more? It's very sweet. It's very endearing. Y'all are wonderful. Yeah, of course, absolutely. It's also interesting that Musk is rightfully, in your opinion, is suing the German ZDF State News Service for defamation. Musk can do nothing right. Absolutely burn that man. Absolutely not. We've argued about him before, but like, no, definitely not. He is definitely not in the right. Also, what evil god do I need to pray to for you to watch Andor? Oh, I know. I don't know. Let me try and think of an answer for you when we're on break. Also, why is Zonger not in the forest? Because I'm paying attention to chat way more than I'm paying attention to this game. You know I'm not playing this game with my whole heart right now. We need to hear our favorite streamer tell us why we're wrong. Yeah. No, I know I need to watch it at some point. And I'm in the camp of Rogue AI in the Gundam Rogue Orbit. Not sure if it's human with monster roots, monster robots. Yeah, it seems like it's based off of Nines. Is that the name of the one that has aliens? I'm curious to see though. Small community, but really attached. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's exactly how I would define it. It's really good. Which boss are we talking about? This boss? Just, we need to punch Adler still. You're sorry, but if you make a quote, protest loudly and often to make hunt down minorities, that is not okay, especially since they even show his statement. Wait, if you make quote, protest loudly and often to make hunt down minorities, is that not a thing that Musk said? Used to like Musk until he was the reason the Orange Man returned, and everything post that. Having sympathy is hard. Yeah, no, I was never a Musk fan by it. I do understand that some people have been by it. Andor Specialist currently times hits on the cylinders without overplaying. Yeah, that is a lot of people have said that is kind of its like claim to fame. No, we're talking about a boss not being useful. I'm assuming you're talking about the boss Borat. Oh no, not that. You're playing Dicey Dungeons here. Okay, that's okay. I think my voice also just I definitely start lisping more as I'm like trying to read faster, and like my face is turned away from my microphone, so it's also possible that I said something else that was close to boss. But no, I think the boss Borat's very useful. In most games, it's very good. It just isn't doing combat, is why. We are definitely very parasocial. I'm like worried about it a little bit, but it's fine, I guess. Impossible! I'm not like being in Maya. I'm different. I rule the DC, and I'm going to rule the world. If I die here, humanity has no future. We have to get back to the Earth Cradle. Once I make it back, you miserable whelps of the Arrogators will never lay another hand on me again. Evacuate, abandoned ship. Ready my escape craft. Ah? What? Where did everyone go? Did they abandon me? Wait, I say. What is the meaning of this? You can't leave me. I'm your commander. Someone get me out of here. Get me out of the ship. Somebody save me. Hey, before he seemed like a well-meaning socially weird regard, then post 2024, I'm like, oh, he's like evil, probably a nationalist, got it. Also, his worst crime faking his gameplay. He was definitely concerning before that if you like learned about how he like ran businesses, but Musk said the English should protest loudly and often for their interests, and the German CDF made it hunt down minorities. Oh, got it. No, if they said that he said that is lying, but he has regularly meant that. That one at least I can definitely get back to you. I'm interested to track that part down. But I have no sympathy for the man. But if they are deliberately lying to frame something that is not true, I'm definitely like, that's definitely a problem. Adler, if you rule the DC, why did you not see any DC comics with your name on it? It's a good question, Creighton. You make a good question. Who would have guessed treating all of your subordinates like disposable assets does not make people want to stay around with you? Yeah. All hostilities confirmed destroyed. We've ended it, Dad. That's the last of the DC's main forces, which leaves him and the Earth Cradle. Commander Zonger, Kyosuke, I will vouch for Dr. Sophia Nate. Probably Nate. She's in charge of the Earth's Cradle. She's genuinely concerned about the future of humanity and has never condoned fellow Earthlings doing battle. With Adler and his men dead, he will not treat your forces with hostility. If you say so, Commander. I'll believe it, however. Commander, there's just one thing I want to ask. Please, join forces with us. No! I cannot go with you. What the hell? Why not? We know what you were trying to do, and you've settled your score with the DC. You helped us secure the princess as well. I have no intention of criticizing you. Yeah, it's not like you changed sides because you wanted to help those scumbags out. Even putting my betrayal aside, the sins I've committed weigh heavily on my soul. I cannot return to the Federation. But, farewell. When we both live, we'll likely meet again. Commander, I have nothing left to teach you. No, I probably never had anything to teach you to start with. Follow the path you believe in. Pierce all who stand in your way. Understood. Commander Zonger, don't bother following him, Bullet. Why not? Try to think about how he feels. You know what they say. Let bygones be bygones. Understood. We'll meet him again, Bullet. Mark my words, and we'll fight side by side. As long as this fight continues between the Earth and the Arrogators continue. Cool. Yeah, no, he literally did the salute. His vagaries are definitely gone, 100%. Yeah. Again, the press in Germany has done that crap before and has gotten even dragged to court and lost. This is not the first or last. Yeah, I mean, sure. I think depending on how they framed it, are they quoting him saying that he quoted that, or are they saying that's what he implied? Because I think that's what he implied is just an interpretation. Also, even if he thinks it, he did not say. He just reposted a protest schedule and says he is in favor. That is allowed. I mean, sure, but like allowing someone who is rotten to the core into a space simply because they are presenting a good attitude is not a good enough reason to not be critical of their behavior. It's funny to me that his obsession with Mars is just about he is called the King of Mars Tail, about a King of Mars Tail. Wait, can you called after? Hold on, you're gonna Dromker, fill me in some more. I'm curious. I don't know that. It's funny that we're talking about a guy who took over a group and made all the most terrible decisions possible, and Adler from he is kind of the same. You got me, Midori. You see too many alt-right people and neo-Nazis not to know literally all the signs and dog whistles. As the age-old saying goes, if it talks like a duck and quacks like a duck. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. If you the phrase with which I am familiar is if you are at a table, if one Nazi is at a table, then everyone at the table is a Nazi. Is like the more dramatic expression. But yeah, like no. He doesn't get to just turn around and be like, see, protests are good. The press are not mind readers. You report what he said, not what he thinks. That's not what the press does, though. The press should also interpret. Like, we should be interpreting. That's good. Internet is quite surprising with dog whistles. It's true. Oh, yeah, people are smart. Hiding your power level is an art on both sides of the spectrum. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if they said he said it, if they're misquoting him, like, that is like misrepresentative. But I'm also like not interested in giving the man grace. You don't think the Nazi table allegory because the current Prague's thought of Jews, but not opening that can of worms. I mean, yeah, it is primarily around like Jewish ideology, but like there's plenty of people who died at concentration camps that were not that. But yeah. Back to robots and Egret, yeah. Adler and his men are dead, just as predicted. I'm going to hand over the DC forces stationed at the Earth Cradle to the Federation. I trust you have no objections, Dr. Fehu. None. I'm going to seal the Gate of Magus before the Federation arrives, however. Right, now then, Lord Rudolph. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like you to explain as much to the Hagane and the Hiryu custom. But of course. And what will you be doing in the interim? We'll be sealing the entry point to the surface. Then we'll prepare the hibernate within the Earth Cradle. I suspect we won't meet again. You won't consider lending your strength to the Hagane and the Hiryu custom? With your technology and their might, why, I dare say you'd be able to stand against any foe. I fully understand just how dedicated Major Zongerzombold and the rest of the Federation are to the ending this conflict. However, we still need to prepare for the worst-case scenario, even if that means slumbering well into the far future. I see. Very well, then. You seem quite firm in your convictions. Yes, and to be honest, I hope our preparations end up being unnecessary. Dr. Nate. Lord Rudolph, let them know when you get back that we are all hoping for a brighter future. Understood. Now then, I'll see you myself. Yeah, Egret definitely seems evil. Sophia does not. Guys, the princess woke up. She's okay? Oh, thank God. Mr. Rudolph's safe too, it sounds like. Wow, that works out perfectly. Where was he this whole time anyway? He was imprisoned in the Earth Cradle, but it sounds like he's heading over there now. Princess, they didn't do anything untoward to you, did they? Just a little bit, but I'm okay. It's fine. It's not fine. Dang, you're tough stuff, Princess. I figured you'd be in hysterics right about now. Thank you so much for saving me, everyone. Oh, you don't need to thank us. Still, you're a real tough cookie, aren't you? I'd have been bawling my eyes out if I had gone through that. I heard the princess woke up. Master Righty. Princess? I felt so helpless and lonely back there, but I was overjoyed when you arrived. Seeing you and Latune riding gallantly in on white horses to save me? White horses? Well, whatever. I'm just glad you're all right. It's every girl's dream to be saved by their prince on a white horse, you know. I wouldn't say how Lat figures in there, but hey, who's counting? Dang, she's crying like crazy. It's tears of relief, silly. You get that, right, Mr. Whitehorse? Yeah, I'll just let her stay like this for a while. So the Earth Cradle has no intention of fighting the Federation? Indubitably. I'm so glad he said indubitably. Major Sanger was telling the truth. What's the Earth Cradle going to do now? It sounds like they plan to enter cold sleep after they finish preparations. What do you think, Lieutenant Colonel Daitetsu? They likely still have the game system units and weapons to defend the Cradle. While her methods differ, Dr. Sophia Nate is devoting her life to the future of humanity, just like us. And for that reason, she deserves our trust. Sophia's interested in Gao came in to see her in her debut game. I'm assuming she's an OG too. Okay, yeah. The next map is surely shorter. I mean, anything's going to be shorter than... I think we spent 4 hours on that map because we talked so much. So it goes. The fight with the Arrogators hasn't begun in earnest, but it's easy enough to guess how it might turn out. The DC and Federation can barely keep up with the alien recon drones. Imagine if they get serious. You're right. We haven't seen the Arrogators' main forces at work yet. Oh, don't tell me the mighty ATX team is starting to get scared. Even you're getting out now, it's not too late to ask for a room in the Earth Cradle. A little different from having a sleepover at a friend's house, Lieutenant. Actually, freezing Lieutenant Katina sounds like a pretty good idea. Oh, you want to get iced, Tosku? I'll make it happen, right up to your eyeballs. I'll be happy to help, Lieutenant. You're breaking my heart, Leona. Are the people at the Earth Cradle going into hibernation right away? Nah, they said they had some prep work to take care of at first. I thought you said paperwork. We gotta, like, sign up. We have to sign off on the documents to, like, get approval to, like, ice ourselves. I suspect I'm probably gonna like Lamia. I've seen pictures of her, and I think isn't Lamia one of the main characters in Moon Dwellers? I played like 3 chapters of Moon Dwellers before I was like, I'm clearly out of my element here. I need to read more. Sophia debuts in an alpha game. Oh, okay. Maybe this one we're playing. Wait, so if we screw this up, DC scientists will be the last people left standing on Earth. The DC is destroyed now. We make sure of that personally. Yeah, you're right. Still, they're going into cold sleep until they can confirm the Earth's environment's been restored. That's some serious patience. Getting frozen for thousands of years? I don't think I'd be able to take it. Now, if I had a sleeping beauty next to me, even if it's just a hypothetical, not being able to do anything sounds like the most boring part. That too. And I couldn't even play cards. I'd have to decline too. Wait, so you'd do it if you could play cards? Once they go to sleep, they'll never be able to return to this time period, will they? We need to get sad just yet. We've still got a chance to win against the aliens, right? You think so, Misaki? And if we defend the Earth, they probably won't have to go into hibernation. We just have to make that happen. That's right. Just keep your eyes on the prize and give him hell. Right. Rada, what do you find in the investigation of the cockpit block? It appears that dangerous interface of theirs was a retrofit job. A retrofit, you say? I believe it was a modification made to tailor it specifically to the princess. Removing it was a simple affair. Beside that, the other system and parts showed no abnormalities. If we repair it, it sounds like we'd be able to use it ourselves. I don't think I can agree with that, sir. Yes, particularly after seeing what happened earlier. Did Leone say anything about this? She said if anything was going to use it, she wants it to be us. I see. In that case, begin procedures on swapping another cockpit. Is that a Valsion custom? What's it doing here? It's the machine Princess Shine was piloting. We retrieved it after the battle. Would we really be using that thing? I ordered it. Do you disagree with my decision, Aya? No, sir. If that's what you want, then I see no reason to object. We have a Valsion now. I pity that even this won't be enough. Sick. Okay. I guess that was our secret then. Yeah. You want me to return to Rixent? Yes. The war with the DC remnants is effectively over after all. I don't expect you'll have to worry about anyone trying to kidnap you. We can't keep dragging a head of state around with us forever. We also don't want to subject you to even greater danger than what we've faced so far. Understood. Even if this is where I can feel most at home, there's not much I can do here. Princess, I'm sorry. However, I will have much to accomplish upon my return to Rixent. That's right. You have a home to return to. And to protect. Yes. This is your war to fight, Princess. Indeed, Master Raidi. I have a kingdom waiting for me. Princess Shine, Oh, Latuna, I'm so glad that we met. Me too. I'll treasure these glasses always. I knew they'd look just wonderful on you. May we be the best of friends. Yes. I like that she gets a peer. And you, Master Raidi, shall remain my gallant prince, riding on his white horse. I prefer if you didn't call me that. I have a feeling a certain prince with a black horse may be closer than we think. A black horse? Oh, right. Everyone, I cannot thank you enough for what you've done. I pray for your safety and good fortune in battle. Please, take care of yourself, Princess. A hypothetical storyline like a guided game? Quite possibly. You're sad, Calvina's second theme. Oh, Calvina is who I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was Calvina. Yeah. No, that's my mistake. What else? Deep topics like this from Super Mario Games Maximum version. Yeah, no guidance frame. Yeah. Ingram is your favorite until the incident. Sad. What's the incident? Shine and Latune friendship blossoming as does Shine chipping herself with Rai. Yeah, I like Shine a lot. I'm sad she's going. I hope we have the J cast in the next OG too. Does he know? Do I know? Or does NR? Yeah, no, it would be really great if we had another OG game. It would be sick. Okay. You can't catch the ball. I think you've done a good job. I don't think there's anything that I feel like was really spoilery. Yeah, we can't give Latune a hug, but at least a friend and perhaps a Valsion custom. Yeah, we'll debate where the Valsion custom is going. You mean Calvina and Lamia have the same resting bitch face? Yeah, they kind of do. Yeah. Yeah, great. No, you got it. I did in fact take a Shine to her. No, you. That was good. That was very good. Yeah, I think Latune in that is not the call. It seems more of a defensive unit, and Latune is a dodge tank. I feel like it's probably going to Katina, but we'll find out. You go here. You were just vague posting? Okay, okay. But yeah, let's figure that out post break because surprise, it's time for a break already. So yeah, let's pop over to here and let's all give ourselves a fresh start. I will, yeah, let's all, oh, hold on. Let's get organized. Sorry, my brain's still definitely a little scattered from our conversation. Can't we make actual polls on YouTube? Yeah, I think we are stuck waiting for a bit. I think we have to have 1,000 subscribers. It's wild. Yeah, we have to go to bed because it's late. Thank you for showing up, Lunasand. I hope you enjoyed your time with little we actually got to play the game, but always glad to see you. Enjoy your bed. Glug glug time frosted. Yeah, correct. I need to get some more water. No, it's so right. It's so lame, Cam. I would absolutely have you be putting things up to polls so much more than just having to like ask, because it would be really helpful. Oh, you are right. You're right, Crane. We could just pop out. We could pop out another tab instead. Yeah, like use like Google Polls or something. Yeah. Oh, it's 500 subs. Okay, we're pretty close to that. Okay. Yeah, go get yourself an ice pop, Midori. That's a good snack. Yeah, so go get some water, go get some snacks, take your medicine, get some stretches, do everything you need to take care of yourself, especially after our very intense conversation. And then let's get back to some Super Robot Warring in about 5-ish minutes. I will see you then. Hi, hello, I am returned. Discord polls. We could use, yeah. I've used Discord polls a couple of times. Yeah, no, that is my primary way of communicating with people, Cam. Hard to agree. Now the whole neighborhood can listen to me. Well, let's go back to our conversation from before then. Perfect. Thank this pause for saving your car seats. It was starting to rain and your windows were open. Oh, I'm sorry, Victoria. Good. I'm glad there was good timing. You come back here. It's so ungodly hot here. Yeah. God, you hate summer, but from what you've seen, the only alternative is almost eternal day in summer, which also sucks. Yeah. Hey, Austin, do you know about the funny match between UK and USA in the World Cup? I do not, Dromker. I know nothing. Care to fill me in? Cam, out of curiosity, did you start a Discord poll? Oh, Dromker recolored a lot of stuff. Cool. I also think it's probably going to be, I think in this case, it's going to be less a poll and more just figuring out some math. Okay, let's take a look at it first, because there might just be like we have a good answer for it. That's pilot info. It's the 4th of July match. That's really funny. That's really funny. If Latune wins via math and our riot, it's going to be funny if it happens now. The only thing you know about the World Cup is the Japanese are tiny and the Australians show themselves to be born alcoholics. I really love watching people come to the US and be just excited about some of the US things. It's really cute. There's people, basically the people in making it a thing for the timing and possible Philadelphians location of the match. Oh, incredible. It's even better. It's in Philadelphia. I forgot about that. Once again, you're sick of seeing is mixtapes is the new boring culture war game. It is everywhere. Yeah. You're not in the Discord, but you already know your vote is for flavor over math. I respect a decision though. Well, okay, what's the flavor decision though for the Valsy on that? Midori, what do you think the flavored answer is here? Okay, we've got 1800 armor to start. That's great. This is basically this is like almost the boss unit. Based flavor player. Yeah, I don't actually know anything about mixtape. Oh, it's ugly and it looks boring. Well, I guess that's enough of that then. For you, it's Russell because funny. Okay, sure. Oh, these are just the 2 regular purple parts. Okay, so we have Divine Arms and Cross Smasher are its like unique qualities. I was gonna say that definitely isn't flavor. That's the meme factor. Okay, so we are just energy based. Like these are technically we're not gonna worry about those. But we are more range, which is not what I was expecting. Mixtape looks like it's trying to aim at a very specific niche, and even within part of that niche, it's boring to you. Yeah. I do like Russell where he is right now. The flavor is best girl gets best unit available. Okay, I see. Ian Drain is interesting for sustain. That's fair. I mean, but like, can we not just take that off? Like, that's surely a part. Oh, it's not. Never mind. I apologize. Because, like, both of those things are listed as if, like, those are normally listed as if they are parts. Never mind. Okay. When you would rather listen to Bros trash mixtape than play mixtape. Feels bad, man. Yeah. My mistake. Okay. Okay, how do this work? And transferred. The affected unit's energy is drained by 50 and transferred to the attacking unit. Wait, what does that mean? Supers only have built-in weapons. Doesn't... Hold on. Isn't the Valcion a super? Surely the Valcion is a super. But as for flavor, possible Glasses Girl would make sense. I guess it, okay, I guess I do see where it makes sense flavor-wise because she is friends with Shine, maybe. Howdy, Gundam, welcome. You missed a really long political conversation. Maybe for the better, maybe for the worse. Drains 50 energy if hit, and you gain those 50. Oh, okay. Valcione is not a super, it's a real. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna see the wording of this again to explain what I was thinking that it was kind of saying. Yeah, we only did half a map. We were talking a lot. I wasn't sure, like, I think I was thinking of these in terms of how D worked, that I wasn't sure if this part was then transferred to when this thing attacked. I do think that makes less sense, but it's possible. It's a magic super. Yeah, right? Like, it's definitely a super. To be fair, there is a few reels that cannot use handheld weapons. Yeah, like I don't think it's exactly 1-1, but your German streamer was hooked onto 13 Sentinels, and it was Ogata part for those who played it. She was like, I need to go to bed, but I was like, I must know more. I need to play that so badly. Okay. So hold on. It's also weird to me not to think of the Valcion as like super incredibly good because of just like my time playing the other games. Also, because I've been getting to data on OG2 again. Not OG2, gracious, on Complete Box 2. I love that the last mission in Complete Box 2 is basically the same mission as when you fight the Valcion and the Grandson in OG. It was such a good callback. I'd be so happy. Cybuster is a magical unit. Valcione is just tech. It was made by right, but okay, like in world, yes, but it functions very similarly to how the Cybuster and the rest of the magic ones do. You do not need sleep, you need answers. That's definitely me. Yeah, then Grandson's a hybrid of magic attack. Yeah. No, Dropker, I'm with you. I know you were answering to NR there, but yeah, no, I think it's a fair description. Do we have any reusing updates since we? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, we can do that too. I mean, actually, there's not really many. I have played up to this chapter, but like, it's kind of boring to talk about now because it's almost word for word the same text as this game. There's so much similarity, and like the units that were doing well continue to do well. Like nothing has really changed there. That's like about the extent of it. If people have like specific questions of what they want to know, but like story-wise, it's literally the same text. Mechanics-wise, I guess I've been feeding Ingram a lot. But other than that, not really. Story wish would against it. Okay, thank goodness. Were you saying needs the Alpha 3 upgrade? I wonder what that is. Probably in 2 or 3. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not surprised. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just like there's little to talk about because of that. Do we want to put Leona in it? Like, she has competent range. 23 to 31 are the same. Okay. Oh right, Katina does have better range than melee. Oh, and she does have charge. Leona's the wild card. No, she for sure is. I do get the one for Katina because like charge do be making this really relevant, that 5 to 9 range. In the game's data, some super weapons are supposed to be equipable, like Cybuster's Disc Cutter, so I guess the division is arbitrary. Yeah, like I think we could like say broad categories, but also on today's Gundam Roulette of people putting weird things in your trash can work on today's menu is a VHS rewinder. Fascinating, that's fun. Both have better range, which feels borked. Yeah. Katina has charge, mystery, excel, and -10 damage. Yeah. Yeah, no, she is kind of built for this. I'm assuming, Edar, when you say mystery, you mean the spirit we don't have yet. She does seem kind of built for this. Okay. I understand. I think we've sold. I think there's no need to pull it. Okay, I wanted to make sure it wasn't like a typo or something. I wanted to make sure I wasn't misreading something. I figured what you were doing was being non-spoiler. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't like misreading something, because you know I have a penchant to misread you. Not on purpose ever, but you know, people throw stuff out there. They must not know the market of people buying vintage stuff. Yeah, they clearly don't, Gundam. I would definitely take that. Just toss that on eBay. There's so much defunct electronics from the old days. It's really funny. Okay, who are we putting in the Gigan Scudo though? Because the Gigan Scudo's kind of rocket in this. I kind of want to keep using it. We could put Rana in it. That seems bad. Her last spirit tells her even more to supers. Okay, cool. We could put Leona in the Gigan. Okay. She does have Excel. Okay, last appeal, one stage with Latune in later stream. Oh, with Latune in the Valsian, we could make remind me, Midori, we can maybe make that happen. Assuming Latune even like stays in the team. Rada and Garnet do need kills. Yeah. Lore Reason say Toscu really easily. Yeah, Leona having Excel is really nice. Rada doing the Yoga Scudo. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, my knee-jerk reaction was like, this thing is so, it's gotten kills for us so cleanly that being able to put Rada in it feels really nice. Yeah, absolutely, sure. But yeah, the fact that she doesn't have Excel does make this a little bit worse. Austin will try anything once in Super Robot Wars. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, and even at the box that came in, that's so silly. That was like so much effort. That was like so dedicated for them. Okay. So let's move Leona into it. Oh, this is okay. This goes here. This takes Leona. Then the Hyuk needs to get somebody new. Who else is like just in our worst unit? Oh, and then Rada goes in the Hyuk. Okay. I think this works out just fine. Cool. I'm happy with that. The sentence made me think about how you can eat everything once. Yeah. Everything's edible once. Leona's hitting away, so Gigan Wide Blaster. I think that's also true. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, we had a small round of musical chairs. Like reminds you of the time someone literally put out a DVR in your parking lot, box included. Wild. Take that thing, open it up, and there should be like there could be a hard drive inside there. There could be like a 1 terabyte hard drive inside that. You have nobody in you now. I'm sad that it doesn't show pilots on this screen to make this a little bit easier to see, but that's fine. What's a DVR? A digital video recorder. You can, like, record TV with it. Oh, no, are you that young? Drumker, aren't you only 1 year younger than me? Also, I beseech you to stop using Kyosuke for... Why? Wait, Edar, why? It's been so good. He's not needed to do anything else. Are DVRs that rare? Maybe it's, like, by country. Oh, I guess, yeah. It just Spanish calls it something different. Yeah. We are aging at the speed of light. Yeah. Can't you scroll in the mecha menu with our? Oh yeah. No, I can like go around like this. But like this won't show. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I apologize. They do have pilots here. This menu doesn't show this in one of the screens, and I took for granted it was the same menu across all of them. Next we'll be asking what a fax machine is. Come on, we're all weebs. We should know what a fax machine is. It's the technology craze that is sweeping the nation in Japan right now. Yosuke is Valor and Chain. I mean, sure, but like we also don't need to give. Look how many kills our boy has. He doesn't need more kills. I'm sure it's technically more efficient, but I'm trying to train other people just to see. I think we probably aren't going to use the R2 that much. Yeah, Kyosuke's doing fine. Here is... Oh, who has hybrid? Okay. He probably doesn't even need more defenses. We'll just... That seems fine. It already has a barrier. I'm down with taking solar panel. This is also energy pretty expensive. The other MC needs more kills. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Again, all the rampage ghosts, you cannot Valor and hurts. I mean, fair. That is definitely there's not a downside to it, but like you know about the DVR because we had one at a VHS because you generally have VHS tapes of some Cell Saga Dragon Ball episodes. I have VHS tapes of like Naruto in the forest, in like the trading forest of death or whatever it's called from like the Chunin exams. Your brain, funnily enough, thinks about mechas and fax machines for a second, tries to mix the two. Sounds great, perfect. What's the problem? I did not realize how much armor this thing had. That's wild. Okay. I am down with putting a biosensor here. This puts the Garlean up to 145 mobility, as we learned from the equation. We learned from the equation that 140 is what we learned from the equation that it assumes 140 as accuracy, so 140 mobility is directly countering out what the formula is using. So this is putting us basically like on regular stats for like it's putting us on our evade for like actual dodge stat. You had the Naruto TMNT Shaman King VHS. You had so many. Oh yeah, there's definitely a closet in my parents' house that still has so many of them. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. We were complaining about Ryusuke's mobility. We can just make him the super dodge tank. And just like drop thruster module then. Yeah. Toscu does have TK, no, for sure. He may have lost his signature max, but at least he's got the cool Garland. Yeah. He is in his girl spec, it is true. Where are you? Here. Oh yes, yeah. As a good justification for why he should have some more mobility, yeah. Actually, with how the mechs are now, they've just, you know, they actually just have. They really just have. Okay, so I don't mind giving him some servo motors then. Like, that's also putting him to that's putting him to 135. Okay, I don't mind that though. That doesn't. None of these matter. We could just make him the double defender. That feels not good. I mean, we can give him a beam coating. Oh right, I want to look at accuracy for the Valsione. Oh no, this is already fine. This is already fine. Toscu's evade. I just saw he was at 210. I really need to record the stats here because some of these stats are just like not at all what I'm expecting when I actually like look at them. My guy, where are you? Toscu has 210 evade. Okay. 215 on Kyosuke, 251 on Leone, 240 on Excellent. Okay, so no, it's just that it's just that evade is really much higher in this game. Okay. Bros, is it gay to pilot your girlfriend's mech? Yeah. Reciprocate to pilot a girl mech, you know, a mech built like a girl. Now we're asking the real meme questions. Oh, I also didn't realize how low Ryu's evade was. Okay, that makes a little more sense why she's not been dodging stuff as well. That also reminds me, it's criminal in Europe doesn't have more ACs because you recently learned a wild statistic of more people in the UK dying of heat stroke than people getting shot in the USA. Surely that can't be right, Gundam. The US shoots so many people. Really? Yeah, get some air conditioners, please. Yeah, Toscu does have low evade, but hold on. We want, that's too far back. OG. We have pilot skills, I guess. Also, give me back to the, thank you. Maybe by capita. Okay. Yeah. Air conditioner isn't a thing in this country. You will never see an air conditioner in the UK. You don't even think we sell them here because normally you don't get this just to get this hot. I guess that is probably like a good reason. If you're like just not used to it getting that hot. Here's telekinesis. Okay. So he's at 4 right now. So he's getting 9. He's getting 9% bonus on top of this. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we probably won't bother with him dodging that. Where are you? Then... where did you go? Okay. You can drop this instead to the Chobham. He's definitely not at 219, arguably. Because that is final. That's a final value NR. So that's getting added after equations are already done. Being a tropical man, the air conditioning kind of goes over your head. Yeah. No, I need air conditioning so bad. I would die. I already am cooking, and I have my air so cold. Because like if we can like scale him S in the air, it is more worth it. Though I guess the evasion equations for this typically don't involve a lot of scaling. I don't know how size factors into it. Are we? What size are we? Movement. Am I where? Oh, here. Okay, it's medium. Okay. I mean, sure. Yeah. I guess no. You also did say arguably. No. Yeah. The German streamer is literally scheduling her days around the heat. Yeah. We're not built for that heat, us UK people. I feel like I should be in a Nordic country with how I am built. Good golly. Okay, let's just give you a servo motor then. That, like, he does right properly have some mobility. Yeah, 235 is not bad. We could also put something on the Argon. Like, that's not bad. Grants Sky movement type and raises machine weapon Sky terrain rating. We could drop the A adapter. Now we want to switch back and forth between the ground also. I was gonna say we could make this just be A in the air because most of the time we're attacking air-based things. But I think it's probably better to just keep the A adapter here. The Hiryu has nothing on it, despite the fact that we are actively using it. So we should probably fix that. Does this have a barrier? Oh, it does have an E-field. Never mind. Okay. I'm fine with giving it extra accuracy. That's not bad. And actually, over the Psybuster, let's give it the dual sensor for extra hit, so it can use focus a little bit less, so we can map attack with them too. And then I guess Ryu gets the other servo motor again. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. If you can't tell, I have largely checked out of the rest of this conversation because I also don't know like anything much more than the like most standard of standard ones, and unsurprisingly, I have very little stake in it. Okay, what other weapons did we get? Armor breaker. Oh, okay, we do the armor breaker now. Who are we putting that on? Cool-headed girl. Okay, thank you, Drunker. We can... Oh, yeah, we can take this off. I guess we will put the resupply on here anyway, just because she's the lowest level in case that matters. The armor breaker is something that has Fury, which is probably... I think it's just Leona. I guess actually, we'll just go to Leona to see what's actually called in this game. Yes, it is called Pierce. Yeah, yeah. Oh, does Rai have it also? Right. I mean, you are focused on building bots. You could be a bit distracted on our... Yeah. I'm trying not to... we can also put on Excellent. But her Pierce is way more expensive. I am trying not to be distracted so we can actually like, get to a second map today. I knew this one was going to be... I knew this prep was probably going to be a bit, though. Daitetsu's Pierce is too expensive. Rai does not have Pierce. Is that his last spirit that we just don't have yet? Yeah, and Leona has support attack, yeah. Yeah. Weapons. Where are you? Oh, we can't put it on Leona. When we reach the famous second map, find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, we can't put it on Leona because she's in the Valsion. Or she's in, not the Valsion, in the Gigantsukudo. Do we just switch the two of them back now? Right, has a sixth? Okay. I'm probably not going to train him. Maybe he's good too, but just for the sake of variance between this game and the GBA one. Maybe we just put these two back in their originals. So that we can also give Leona... Oh, all the space and ability up here. Okay, that's a good way to remember it. The episode title and the DBCs were so spoilery. Yeah, no, it really is. In watching Gundam also, the English titles for the Gundam episodes are so spoilery. The Japanese ones are not, but golly are they so spoilery. Then they do like having that. They certainly do have that problem. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 Janoichi dies. Then you take... This costs 40, we're 10 over. Okay. You certainly don't need that repair module. But they're only 5, aren't they? Yeah, they're only 5. Okay. Well, you're probably not using the Shishio Blade either. We'll give that to somebody else now. Yeah. No, I do need to change the parts now also. So you drop those two. You take those two. You have become Sale. Hello, Melly. Welcome. It's because Japanese people view spoilers differently than us. They care about the how, not the what. Yeah. Yeah, no, it'd be really sick to have a DBZ tactics game. I think that would fit really well. Like a lot of, especially for like tournament arcs, that feels potentially, there feels like a potentially high upside to, or yeah, I think that there's a high likelihood that game would do very well. Okay, I don't think we're using the rest of those parts then. I'm assuming you mean the 009 because we've been told we're not allowed to have the 008. We have the shotgun. The He Shonen fans think shaking my head. There. Arena fighters are bust. Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay. No. Oh, Cam. Absolutely. The Shaman King Tactics Arena Fighter. Just make it both. That's the real win. This is also, we also have Garnet in this, so like we don't want her out on melee. Showing the Latam blood when someone shows up when someone talks about DBC. That's so funny. You're right. Shaman King and JRPGs. It did. It also did. Yeah. It has two Metroidvanias. It has two Pokemon Collectathons, or like Pokemon creature captures, and there is a fighting game. It's really good. I think it's fun. Yeah, let's go Yu Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament. It gets brought up at least once a stream. Yeah, Naruto had so many JRPGs. Okay, I think that's probably just fine. Let's upgrade some units, which is to say you. Most shonen best games aren't fighters. I know, yeah, right? Surprising. Okay, we go like here. Great. Now, I don't know how much more we need to do than that. Like, we have good weapons already. It doesn't need energy. Really. I mean, it needs energy for the T-Knuckle, but, like, it costs only 10. Yeah, a lot of those fighting games do get very samey very quickly. I think I do kind of want to just invest into the new boy, right? Like, is the custom bonus worth it for the Valcion? That maybe Valcione could use the Shishio Katana when it doesn't have ammunition for Cross Smasher. Yeah, actually that's true. Like, the Yune does have like decent melee also. It does give her something to do because it's very easy for her to run out of stuff. I don't hate that. He doesn't get to use the pistol then very much, but she's not really actually using that much now. That was definitely more for the meme. I think these are going to happen anyway, and then we'll just decide whether we're actually putting into mobility or not later. I also need to parts sell. Do we have anything to sell? We have one thing to sell. Okay. Valciana's mid? Okay. I think the upgrades that I did put into it are still worth it regardless of that. It's just whether we're going to go into mobility or not, and we just, I guess, won't. Oh, right, yeah, no, that was it. We should need to put we did need to put the Shishio blade somewhere. I guess we can look at it from here. Her melee's 156. That's like kind of better than a lot of people. Currently, Axers has my SRPG Mech Hope on it. What is Axer? A-X-E-R-A-S. Do I know this? Should I know this? Yeah, no, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Like like I was just talking through the logic of like, yeah, if the custom bonus is mid, then I don't think it's worth it putting into mobility. I think the other ones were worth it regardless of getting the custom bonus. So I think we're probably good there. Oh, we can also just remove Divine Arm. Okay. We may as well then. If we're going to put the Shishio Blade on, that's just better. Cool. That reminds me, Labyrinth is your favorite non-canon P4 character? Yeah, yeah. Indie Mech SRBG with closed demo. Sick, thank you. I've not seen this at all. Oh, you know what? I think you mentioned this one. Did you mention this in reference to someone bringing up Front Mission the last time Front Mission came up? Agree that the Altyson is best with both mobility and HP armor. Yeah, yeah. Why the Altyson, though? For whatever reason, her dub voice has a Boston accent. Does it? That's really funny. Yeah, okay, okay. That is familiar now. Yeah, yeah. Gross. Front Mission. Yeah. Okay, we still have more money to put somewhere. Who else were we upgrading? Oh, we could still try and finish the Argon. We can also finish the Giganscudo. Okay, I think it's better. Let's do the Argon first. Okay, and then we can just do this next time, and we'll save that 10,000. Yeah. Altyson has passive mobility and good armor and okay HP. It can tank, but it also has good dodge. Okay, I wasn't like, it was a little out of the blue, so I wasn't sure why. But yeah, no, it's a passable hybrid. 133 mobility is on the lower side of things. Like, mobility is still definitely its worst, but it also doesn't seem to have a lot of upgrade points compared to everything anyway. So, question from the other games: what do you know about the Valsione? Since you were playing the classic games, some spoilers you might already know. I know very little from the other games. I think everything I know we've already covered here. That Bien made it for her. And I think that's kind of the extent of it. I've not played many of the classic games, admittedly. Imagine making mechs and making them look lame. You had one job. They look so plain. But sorry, y'all love Russell. Give me a break. Sorry for not chatting. You're locked into Daisy Dungeon. No, that's totally okay, Pringle. You are absolutely fine. You are always welcome to just hang out. You never have to apologize for not chatting for it. I love when you do, but like, no obligations, totally. Geez, we may have settled things with the DC, but things are still rough all over. It's gonna take time to restore the government and military's core function to normal. Then, was that whole thing just a waste of time? The DC war is over. That's relief enough. So what's the next step for us? The EOT Council perished in the last battle. There's no longer any reason for us to be in Geneva. However, I suspect we'll be assigned to defend the city until government functions are restored. So, they're just keeping us here? They have to. If this place came under Arrogator attack now, the damage would be irreparable. Got that right. As far as they're concerned, this is a golden opportunity to kick off their invasion. Could you please not jinx it? What if they actually invade? The way we are now, the only choice we'd have is to tuck our tails between our legs and run. Yeah? And where's your tail, Giada? Whoa, hey, what are you doing? Bunch of goofs they go over there. Hey. Yeah, I'm jealous. Y'all, I will not be grouped in with the Russell lovers. Okay, sorry, no, you're right. Oh, speaking of potential, I knew there was something we were forgetting to do. We didn't buy people their stats. Okay, you'll understand my suggestion way later. Okay, cool. Remind me of it, Midori, if I don't like call on it. Hey, Russell has soul compared to the Front Mission characters I've met so far. Fair. 3 cheers for Russell. He probably shouldn't be casting them on himself. I think he can cast more cheers by this point. Front Mission could have the best mechs politics story, but good God, does the gameplay and mechs love boring as hell, which is where the majority of your time is spent. I gotta play it at some point to see. Which, Cam, where should I start? So we could I could actually have like a feedback on this. I probably won't give it a lot of attention, but just because this come up a lot. We've just received word from Izu. They're almost done fine-tuning the R-Series Plus parts. Then we'll finally be able to initiate OOC. Yes, once we return to Izu, I'll tell Ryusei and Rai about the SRX. Understood, sir. That said, let's keep details about the T-Link system to a minimum. That goes for Yoto, Bullet, Kusuha, and the other candidates as well. Something wrong? It feels like we're misleading them. I can't talk to Ryusei about Yukiko either. When the time comes, I'll talk to him myself. I understand how you feel, Aya. And I'm sorry to force you into such challenging positions. Major, but I need you for my plan, Aya. You have to trust me for a little longer. You must be my source of strength, just as you have been, and just as you always will be. Yes, sir. Major? Yes. After the war's over, there's something I'd like to show you. There's somewhere I'd like to show you. Where? An art museum I'd like to visit when I'm off duty. There's a good restaurant nearby, too. I thought we might be able to get dinner there. You don't want to go, do you? It wouldn't hurt to eat off base for once, if it's just the two of us. Okay, then. Thank you very much, sir. Ingram makes me so sad. I think we're definitely covering parts that I've seen from Alpha now. Like when you played Mission 3's demo, you saw a black character design that looks a bit racist, and I know I didn't mean to, but it looks like a Jamaican stereotype. It's probably just true, Gundam. It happens a lot. I mean, you probably know better than I do. The Mission remakes on Steam. Okay. Yeah, there's the original. The SNES and DS ones are the ones that I have saved already. Talk about aliens after we just defeated the mid-season villain. Talk about foreshadowing, yeah. I feel like this is a little bit more than mid-season, right? We have there's only 42 chapters. We just finished 28, so I guess we got 14 left. We're 2/3 of the way done already. That's wild. Yeah, those things were pretty yikesy with black characters. Ingram is so evil. Wait, what do you mean he's evil? What are you talking about? Ingram Lovers in. Yeah. Wait, we're only halfway. I thought this was only a 42 chapter. This is 42 chapters, right? Aren't we more? Technically, part 2 starts with the join up. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, sure. Like, halfway narrative dense wise. Okay. The motor on this side's on its last legs. Too much close combat. Replacing it's probably our only choice. Too much close combat, but the R1 was made for that kind of thing. We don't have a spare either. It's fine. The R1's fairly close to a standard PT in design, so we can swap parts out for expensed. Whoa, for real? You really know your stuff, Latune. I'm impressed. It's nothing to brag about. Okay then, any idea what this model over here is for? I've been wondering about it for a while. Nothing about it in the manual either. Is this for transformation? Does that mean it has a transformation algorithm besides the R-Wing? What are you doing, Ryusei? Maintenance, of course. We're understaffed, you know. Plus, working on this stuff takes my mind off things. Still thinking about Tenzin, huh? Let me help you then. I've already finished maintenance on my machine. Nah, it's okay. I've only got the arm motor left to replace, so I'll be done soon too. I was just thinking though, it's not the same around here without the princess around. She may be young, but she's got a country to represent. We can't have her aboard a warship. Still, you two were surprisingly well together. Went surprisingly well together. The princess and her prince on a white horse. Sorry, but horse riding is Elzum and Leona's specialty, not mine. I'm glad that we're dropping this now. Very good. Man, Rai's so unromantic. It was going so well for them, too. Seriously. Yo, what's up, guys? Damn it, keep it down. They'll notice us. Shiro, Kuro, over here, guys. Hurry. What's going on? Hey, could it be? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just looking out for them as their superior officer. Lieutenant, check it out. Those two are at it again. Oh, what do we have here? That should do it, Bullet. Be sure to change the ice pad in 3 hours, okay? Thanks, Kuzuha. Still, I can't believe you banged your head against a cockpit hatch. You're clumsier than you look, aren't you? Huh? Well, you know. Are you okay? You look a little under the weather. No, it's, nothing. I can't tell Kuzuha I was distracted by her when I slammed my head. If it's okay with you, I can make you one of my health smoothies. For real? I love that. Another casualty in the wake of Masaki's heroic sacrifice. Yeah. Godspeed, Bullet. Still, his angle here ain't bad. He'll be wooing his way into her heart in no time. I don't think that's an angle. Pretty sure that's just how he is. There seems like it. So, you said you were doing this as their superior officer or something? It's my duty. Disruption in morals means disruption in morale, you know? Because the least moral guy here. Gather round, lovebirds too are interacting. It feels weirdly voyeuristic. Excuse you, right? Nothing goes better together than princesses and warships. Yeah. I'm so sad that she doesn't get to keep them back. I know you said not. I know you said it wasn't the case, but I would have been so pumped had we got to keep her in the Valsion. I see. It's going to take time to get headquarters in order, isn't it? The DC attack results in the loss of more than half the members of the EOT and Security Council. As such, I'll use my authority to lift the ban on the hostile actions against the Arrogators. How's the Federation government faring? Even worse. They're convening in Paris for the time being. And it looks like they're moving towards making Mr. Brian Midcrit president of the Terra Federation temporarily. Really? Him? It's quite a bold choice. He's the only leader we have capable of handling the current situation. And we're also friendly with him, so... What's going on? Emergency transmissions from Columna, Osaka, Shanghai, and Melbourne have all come under simultaneous Arrogator attack. You're joking. They're finally moving out in force. I'm picking up a gravity quake above us. They're here too. Prepare to intercept. You don't know who's more obvious, Masaki plus Lune, or Bullet x Kusuha? Yeah, I feel like Masaki plus I feel like they're doing it the same way, but like Bullet and Kusuha are way less overt. It's really obvious, but they're way less overt about it, you know? Bullet is being built up, his immunity to the substance known as the health drink. Yeah. Or being cheerfully bullied is so fun. I do like it. I could stand for more of that. Herb is a good sport. He also knows he isn't perfect. Yeah, right. Like that's I do like him a little bit for that. He is playful with the fact that he knows he is flawed. Usually don't care much, but it looks like the Indian guy in G Gundam. It's a bit much. Yeah. No, Gundam. I think I mean, you're never gonna hear me complain about it. I think you're probably on the right track. Do you think gets worried he's done something wrong when someone says That's really good, Crane, probably. Masaki and Yune literally all launch together while Bullet and Kusuha are always around each other. Yeah, exactly right. Like Masaki and the Yune are like very overt, where Bullet and Kusuha are just like cute, subtle, flirty stuff more. Like they're definitely more of the cute couple. I think they're just like reverses of each other, right? The exact situation that Captain described has become reality. Yes, we have no guarantee that they wouldn't do anything within the 30 days they gave us. This may just be the gunshot that starts the next war, or perhaps the beginning of our descent into utter despair. Enemy units are warping in. These things are, okay, most of those things are used. We haven't seen one of them before. We need to train pilots. We didn't do that. You don't matter yet. You have practically no resources. That doesn't matter yet for us. You're at 60, 50. We could take support defender off of Excellent and give her what? She does support attack well. We could give her assist attacker in place of support defender. I don't hate that. Do you think they're speeding up the relationship because fans already have contacts with other games? Oh, for sure, Midori. Absolutely. I guess we I'm trying not to put SP Region on everybody. But I guess we've not put it on a lot of people. And like she would get a lot out of it. Yeah, no, I am avoiding Region. The allegations are true. No, NR, I get it. I understand that it's good. I'm not avoiding because I think it's bad. There was a massive fan favorite, so much so that Kusuha returns for Alpha 2. It's fun. No, okay, you know what? Hold on. Maybe this is wrong. Maybe I'm supposed to break this time, figure out how broken it is, and then just accept that the next playthroughs are not going to be that. Yeah. No, I know you're messing with me. No, but like her being able to daunt does matter a lot. Okay, I accept. I won't put it on everybody, but I will compromise, especially for like our mainest of characters. Do we want to give you attacker? We do have you in a Grungust, and attacking like that would be pretty good. I think let's just give you attacker. You are like a regular combat unit, so I don't know what I want to do with Rio yet. Yeah. Guard first? Maybe that's fair, but If you can't break a game on your first playthrough, when can you? I mean, true. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. I think like we have to break it first, then we can like try to mess with it a little bit more. What else do we want to do here? We could put Energy Saver on Toscu for how expensive the Gigan Scudo is. Ryu needs her 6 Spirit. Yeah. We are keeping Ryu in the art gun, so like hit and run would not be bad. The other reason I was questioning it though is the art Battle Genocider is so expensive. It might be worth it to give her some of the morale boosting things to start just to get to Battle Genocider quickly. Now I've caught up with you. Incredible. Now to play like mad over the weekend so you get some distance again. Yeah, I've given you a task. Not using SP regen is basically a Nuzlocke roll, makes the game a little harder. Yeah, exactly. But like, I want to make things harder for myself inventory in case you haven't caught on with that yet. I mean, we can do the funny later, but ban the skills that got removed as viable and I guess too. Also, if they're getting cut in OG too, yeah. Yeah, and then just in the future ban the ones that do get cut. That's probably not a bad idea. It's just how often am I going to replay stuff on the channel? We've got so many games to play the first time. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Attacker and SP regen get cut. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, yeah. You support not using it. Okay. But we do have also OG2. Important note, there is OGs 2 and second OG. Yes. Yeah, no, I do, Cam, I do know that. It goes OG1, OG2, Gaiden, then second OG, correct? and then we have yeah, right, it's a sequel to Gaiden, right? Then we have Moon Dwellers after second OG. I don't know how much you're getting use out of this. Let's keep it off Katina, because I think it's going to be the most busted. Or not the most, but it's going to be one of the most busted on Katina. Yeah, it's annoying in OG, OG2, OG Gaiden, second OG, then Moon Dwellers. Yeah, okay. That is what I thought. Gotta love their labeling terminology. It's almost as bad as Kingdom Hearts. I played Kingdom Hearts before. I can handle some weird naming conventions. Oh, she can take guard for sure. I remember class, the second OG is technically chapter 3, yeah. I wonder why people couldn't follow Super Wars. This is worse than Kingdom Hearts, mark my words. Is it? Okay. Moon Dwellers has so many Alpha 3 call forwards. Okay, cool. Love it. I guess if she's... the Valceon seems so relevant to have guard on. I think this is just right. Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. Yeah. Sorry, 358 days over 2. I guess we give this man attacker now also. We can give him attacker and we can buy... Yeah, I think this is... yeah, no, this is fine. This is fine. Let's make it a little goofy. It doesn't have to be perfect. What are we doing for you, though? Do we want learner? No, that's awful. This is such an awful skill. The infamous Russell attacker. I mean, he does damage now. You can't stop me. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, no, absolutely, sorry. My bad. Never seen him with a full skill list. I'm gonna try and make it good. It's fair, though, I get it. But we are giving him a lot of kills. And then Masao Kishin landed because you haven't played them. It seems like the Holy Grail, but not being able to touch it. Yeah. I guess we can give her Hidden Away now. She's going to be in the Argon, and the Argon matters a lot for that. That's probably just fine. Russell with Chirico level damage scaling. Okay. Then either go SP up concentration potential. Yeah. Maybe they can't finish the OG saga because they can't make an OG singer character to sing Kong. They'll have to find. This is the perfect opportunity to like fill somebody in after Oh my word, I can't remember the name of the band. You know the one though. Gracious my head. Okay. Yes. Also, the excellent VA died. Oh, okay. Huh. That's unfortunate. That's tragic. I mean, it's been a bit. It's been a bit. Jam Project, thank you, Jam. Jam was what I was looking for. Gracious. Yeah, we talked about that before. I do not remember. I do not remember actors at all. No, I know you've told me before. I'm sorry, I don't remember voice actors at all. I have like so little connection to them, like personally. I just like don't think about celebrities a lot. So yeah, yeah, like I know how Japan works in like their recasting deal. So I guess this is our team, and just like scrap for this one. That's probably fine. All units, move out. I don't remember if others died, but I think 1 or 2 also did. I mean, probably. We're not used to you not remembering anything. Austin, 1 error, and we'll pound. No, it's true. No, you right. Not even giving us time to rest. We've been fighting pretty much nonstop lately. I wish they'd take us girls into consideration for once. Oh my god, I know, right? This is a problem in all sorts of ways. What sorts of ways? Maybe a little too soon for you, Kusua. Will someone please tell me what you two are talking about? I'm super curious now, too. We may have one less enemy organization to deal with, but stay focused. The Irrigators are our greatest threat. That's for sure. It's like making a bet against our own bookie. This is a pretty sad-looking group of bugs, though. They've got to be hiding something. Are they just observing us, or... Stay focused, everyone. Commence attack. Okay, cool. Another retired. Ash Ketchum's voice actress retired because her only remaining characters were him and a minor one. I didn't realize she did something in SRW. Yeah, I knew she retired. I mean, KH3 had no voice actor for since. Right, but he died, like, immediately around production. Right, that happened, like, so close to it. Where are they? We can also take off this... Nope, stop. We can take off this view now that we're not, like, in the most dire of straits. I think these birds are new to me. The Mishle Ak. These are new. Oh, okay, the Ox are just, like, the upgraded ones. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's transform. We need 4 turns. Yeah, the Jewish birds are new. Wait, why are they? Is that a Jewish word, or is that just close to a Jewish word? We can totally do the map in 1 hour, guys, right? It said only 4 turns. Surely we can do this in 4 turns. If we just play fast and we don't get distracted, because we never get distracted, we'll be fine. Oh, I forgot to combine for the bonus. It's fine. All Irrigator stuff is Jewish. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. I don't love the allegory of making the Jewish thing seem alien. That feels like they're saying something. Super Wars maps no truther says. I take it there's going to be a couple of objectives. Very weird subtext there. Yeah, exactly. We also have Latin aliens, because frequently people who are Jewish are regarded as aliens to community, so the fact that we're like reinforcing that by making them aliens here does say something. Yeah, all this faction names are Jewish, with a sprinkle of Dante's Divine Comedy at the end. Okay, cool. I'll know those ones. Who knows, maybe it'll be a quick map. I mean, like, based on how you're talking, I assume probably not. I do kind of want to look up what the words mean now. You seem they're going for the religious angle, but yeah, it feels weird. Yeah, I do think that's like, because all the R villains use like this weird cribbed Latin. So I do think it is definitely for the religious angle, but you also know a liar do not remember Allura and Super Wars W. you are also a known liar. Do you not remember Allura and Super Wars W? I do not remember Allura. You also feel like making a mostly Western problem a problem to the Japanese is kind of mean. Oh no, the history of Judaism with Japan is very fascinating in the way in which like there were a number of Jewish communities that existed in hiding in Japan because of this very problem. Also, I need to pause the blow my nose. Yeah, and Divine Crusaders, yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not faulting you, but no, it is for sure true that like this is not a not Japan problem. You said you hope the girl doesn't get a pink lion suit, and she sure did. Oh, got it. I thought you were I was trying to think of one of like the enemy villains, like one of the mechs named Allura, and I was like what religious thing is referenced in Allura? But no, I know you're a liar. I know you lie to me all the time. That reminds you, Cam, the Honkai. Okay. I'm out immediately, it's Honkai. Yeah, no, like this is like a known quantity for Japan. In like Japan is at its most racially diverse right now, which is to say that 5% of the population is not Japanese. And it has always found a fascination with the stereotype. Did you mostly hear about it in the West, since the entire Christians sometimes say the Jewish killed Jesus, not the Romans? Yeah, I mean that's definitely a phrase that shows up sometimes, unfortunately. Let's make NR real mad. We'll get that for next turn. You can come over here. Were you saying finally start rap? I think he will. Indeed, indoctrinate more. More will cross over with Gilgamesh. Oh. We can send the Yune up here. Let's excel now. What did we put? What did we put Rada in? You're in this one. Spirits. Bless here. Wait, who the heck said the Jews did it, bro? It is a common refrain of the anti-Semitic, like, also conspiracy theorist direction of the West that really like blaming Jews because Rome was already famously a very anti-Jewish place to live. I could go into that a lot if we want to waste a lot of time, or not waste a lot of time, if we want to spend a lot of time not playing the game. But yeah, it is. That period of Roman history was very antagonistic to any religion that was not like the Roman state, but yeah. The attitude oh, I did not realize that Sean got his last spirit. We got Flash. Okay, nice. Weird that he's. I don't know if I love that man got Flash. Hearing me talk enough ransom times, so like, thank you. You're very sweet. That's why I had to correct a little bit to be like, it's not getting us to finish the map, you know. But there are a number of the phrases, usually blood libel, that takes place that was purportedly taking place in Rome, that they believed that Jewish communities that were like insular were snatching up children and draining them of their blood to make the matzah for Passover, which is just like not true, but that is like famously narrative. When Nero burned Rome, he burned one of the like some of the like the slums of Rome, and one of the particular places that got burned was famously like the place where Jewish people were deliberately sent by Rome to try and keep them out of the rest of the population. It happens a lot. You also like ragging on homogenous cultures when the non-homogenous are currently breaking apart, which you're very worried about. You meant ragging on them is not good. Yes, yeah. Oh yeah, Sean, getting that spirit is exactly why we are what you're both thinking, unfortunately, but a joke. Yeah, right. No, it is. It feels in keeping with how they have treated his character, but it is a bit of a gross joke. Was one of the anti-Semitic excuses that Judas sold off Jesus? I mean, probably. Honestly, probably. Don't give them more fuel, though, to 20. I've not actually heard that specifically. I think you're trying to apply too much logic to it, where a lot of times, like, the problem with a lot of these more conspiratorial racist ideologies is that they are, in fact, not based in, like, good logic. It is just what we think is true. Again, the England anti-migration riot makes me actually worried for your safety. Yeah, it is. We had talked about the England, all of England's parties, and I did learn about them some more recently. The anti-migrant policies are always really concerning to me. Those blues have been getting louder recently. Yeah, because isn't there a new election happening soon? Again, they have points that are not heard to, like they're under policing issue. Like there are under policing issue. I don't know if that's true. Maybe don't have a domestic abuser be your simple saying that. Yeah, exactly. Why are we not? I guess because I want to spend this. That's fine. Hey guys, I wonder, is After Image gonna activate now? Show us what you got. I can't remember I gotta watch the thing again. I don't remember the names of the three parties that I was learning about. If I saw the logos for them, but next general is like 2029 unless Labor calls for special election. Oh right, yes, it was the Labor Party that I was thinking of. Yeah, isn't one of the Labor Party candidates from this really rural parish or this really rural town? Sorry, no, switch that. Hold on, Hamlet's where I'm looking for. Again, the whole someone dying in police custody, which is objectively way worse than the George Floyd thing. Comparing pain like that is not helpful, though. Novak? Yeah. You are thinking too much about the specific of the circumstance rather than the context of the circumstance. I understand why, but... Yeah, they do indeed parrot his death around. Yeah. Which his parents have asked him not to do. I know, it's so frustrating. It happens so often. Oh man, I gotta get myself caught up on European politics more. It's time for me to align with SRW against NRC. The surprise tag team. I mean, I don't know how American politics works, but in the UK, we have a guy trying to become prime minister called Count Binface, and I honest to God believe he will win one day and be good. I do know about Binface. No, it is. That was a gross police incompetence, and you did not get punished, so it will happen again. Yeah, no, like the way in which we continue to not the way in which we continue to not hold people to consequences is deeply distressing. You don't want to talk about UK politics? It's so messed. Yeah, no, it's fair. I get it. Okay, this is what we are looking for. Oh, actually, hold on. At this point, we can just transform because we do have a shotgun. I'm pretty sure we have a shotty. We do. Okay, great. Then this handles either of these. Perfect. Spirit and focus. Okay. Get blown up. Perfect. Okay. grows a YouTube channel, like legitimately every year he gets closer to potentially becoming prime minister. And it's like, I think that's very funny. God, do I hope he wins and becomes one of the great. I would be amazed if he did. Yeah, I think it's deeply tragic that the fact that you don't want that for people is such a like outlier point for most. Like, isn't it so baffling that like the common one for a lot of people is like, yes, in fact, violence against people would be good. Something of a friendly friend who was all in on the immigration hotel talking point and everything that goes with them. Thankfully, not talking with him for a while. I'm very glad for that you do not have to talk with them. It's really distressing. I have a number of relatives like that where I just like try to avoid as much as possible. Your favorite streamer said it best. The worst isn't these alt-right people or evil people. It's the well-meaning centrists being like, well, they have a point, don't they? Is that not what I tried to say earlier? Or are you trying to quote me? Is that not what I was trying to say earlier? That like, trying to justify them having a point is the thing that like gives them credence and like gives them staying power, which makes it so much more dangerous. Legitimately, the left and right in our country have done stuff constantly for years to the point where other parties are legitimately making traction so it's possible. Yeah, that's what I was reading about Pringle. That like the conservative side kind of died for a bit and then just like it started to try and reinvigorate itself because stuff like this keeps happening. It's like if someone is burning down your house because they are injured and you refuse to give them medicine and someone is like, well, couldn't you have helped? Yeah. Again, you're cold-hearted, but you're not interested in supporting politics that screw or will screw people over. Yeah, so you have to, but like you have to then actively choose politics that protect people if that's what you want. Sane washing is maybe the most triggering thing to me. The phrase, any phrase that is blank washing is upsetting. Okay, this is plus. Oh boy, this accuracy is so low. Oh no, it does show us on here what our accuracy is. Okay, so we can focus. Let's just Valor to make sure this thing happens. Have a cheer from Russell. Have a bless from, I guess, Rada. Italian politics, fun fact, an anti-LGBT minister reposted a love live character thinking it was fan art of her. It was a character with a ton of Yuri ships. That's really funny. I'm glad I know that. Thank you, Midori, for telling me that. Also, a lot of right-wingers are unhappy with riots too. It's not all evil people. You still hope for a peaceful solution. Oh, I mean, like, no, I think riots are good. Riots are not a peaceful solution. Like, it's okay if we ruin property to keep people alive, I think. But I think I'm an oddball there. This trend happened in 2016 where the skeptic community, where a bunch of them just ended up being far-right weirdos, but were claiming to just be like the average vote. Yeah, no, absolutely. That is how like the alt-right definitely invades a lot of space. They present themselves as being just like everybody else. We call that karma. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is scary how easily deceptive a lot of the like most dangerous people on the planet mean. Okay, this feels pretty well sorted. Barring anything weird happening. I guess it's quite possible that more of the map is going to show up, and then we were going to need to have killed that, but we'll see. I'm sorry, you cannot agree there. I figured you would not. I figured that you would not, but that's okay. Who did we give the repairs to? It's probably fine. We can excel you. Another YouTuber I like said it best with a video called "Just Call Me Knife Ears," which is a killer analogy. Knife Ears, what a title. You're so tired you'll be going to sleep now, but due to how hot it is, you might hop back on if you can't get sleep, so hopefully good night. I hope you do get some good sleep. Hopefully good night, and if not, you're welcome back. Honestly, you still remember when the right said anime is too ungodly? Yeah. That happened. That happened a lot. I remember reading about all of the like focus on the family and like their adjacent groups getting like pre-sale editions of anime because they wanted to try and like review them to talk about why they were so bad, but like actually helped fund the anime industry a lot because they were getting the pre-sale editions. It was really funny. If you actually dismantle the actual power structure, I can agree, but it ain't. Yeah, because people keep stopping halfway. Like, we need to go harder then. There are a few things worse than the subtle racism, and I assume women feel the same about sexism. The subtle digs. Yeah, no, the subtlety is definitely the killer. Okay, so our adjacent ones have better accuracy models. Oh, because they're going to use melee attacks. That makes sense. Yeah. Which you're annoyed by BLM. They did not change anything meaningful, and you think they just made it worse. They definitely did not make it worse. Absolutely not. That is largely because momentum does not keep going. That is because people get complacent with thinking that they can deal with something, that they don't have to deal with something because it's not immediately their problem. Fear is a fictional slur for elves. Oh, thank you. I did not realize that. I appreciate the context. Nowadays, Nazis love anime, especially stuff like K-On! No, it's so true. It's so true. Also the UN, but then again, the UN just feels useless nowadays. It feels like a lot of things are like stuck in red tape hell. Oh no, the BLM debate. I don't think there's a debate happening, but yeah. We should go in a corner and talk about how much we hate Seed. Do you, I mean, yeah, like I'm assuming that y'all have opinions considering this affects you guys a little bit more, but there's several of the times the UN were dealing with stuff that didn't seem important. Yeah, I think it's also the trouble with a lot of politicking, is that a lot of things don't seem important when they actually will probably end up mattering a lot more than we realize. But that's the biggest generalism I think I've ever thrown out, so like, do nothing with that, please, because it's all useless. Do not burn down or destruct the suburbs. It really did not become that destructive. That is very much the US like framing things in a way that are just not true. Like, it really did not destroy nearly, that just ain't the case. Gundam would be different since he's in America and I'm in UK, so racism kind of hits differently. I mean, sure, yeah. But I mean, yeah, like Gundam is in America, but you can, by your own admission, know a lot about US politics. So I feel like you probably still know something. Uh-oh. What? I was right, the debate begins. I remember going to Pound Shop in college and being followed around a white clerk constantly. Isn't it awful? Isn't it so, I mean, like, please don't feel like you have to share anything, but like, does that not feel like the most insulting thing ever? Again, you're aware your expectations of violence are lower. But it's also just, that's not the thing. That it's not what constitutes its violence. It's that, like, being in or being with people who were in these places, like, the way it was reported, I'm assuming especially for other countries, was just like, also just like deeply misleading and incorrect. You wore hoodies so you guys didn't do favors. Oh man, my mom and I would do that when we would drive early in the morning. The amount of police officers that were more willing to pull us over just because we had hoodies on was startling. Okay, I think let's go in with the Valcione and like Psy Blaster here. I want to try and use as few of our units for this in case we have more map that shows up, because this seems too easy. But you also remember old white women crossing the road, which you, like, I don't blame you, lol. 6 feet non-white dude in a hoodie. 6 foot non-white dude in a hoodie. Oh, they were crossing the street to be like away from you. Honestly, the most racism you've encountered is like being called Snoop Dogg and Ice-T. Honestly, I know they mean nothing, but the amount of times to call is a little annoying. Yeah, that sounds frustrating. Hoodie plus trackers, non-white, are the ultimate debuffs. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, it's horrifying. Yeah, I got you beat. I got called the N-word like 3 times in primary school. Wild. In primary school? I should not be surprised. However, you want to see more however, I have seen more racism from other migrant descendants than natural populace. I feel like framing it in terms of migrants is like very much not the point. And like, maybe that person did, maybe they are bad, or like, we also hold people to a very different expectation when we are already predisposed to think that they are bad or otherwise like going to be a problem. I mean, I don't know. Like, I've not met them. I don't know exactly what they said. Like, I don't want to defend at the person in particular. Just the phraseology of it makes it sound like it's about them being migrants more. Okay, not bad. That was a way easier skill point than I thought. Like, white kids were a bit nicer where I am. The most was like one kid. Now I'm cool with him. I mean, I'm glad they came around. One was by a kid. You beat him up. You beat him up second. Was by a girl, so you kind of couldn't do nothing there. Third time, you just shrugged it off. Then you had no instance until a random Discord girl said you talked more. I remember you coming in and talking about that. And, oh man, I'm sorry I'm laughing. I'm not laughing at you. Like I definitely learned to laugh when I was younger when situations were stressful or like heinous. It's just like it's like so comically incompetent. Specifically like around the phrases like talking poor or like, oh, you sound like a girl, or like you sound like you're dumb. It's so I don't know what they're supposed to sound. I don't know what people are supposed to sound like. A lot of the racism is more about white being better than black, more than about being different. It's its own messed up dynamic. Yeah, like the white supremacist. Like that is all the thing. That is the whole thing. It's just phrased different ways. You're not saying all are like that. You know, a friend of mine got over-policed racistly. You just want to show where you're from. Yeah. But the phraseology of it still makes it sound like that's what it's about. To think that being a redhead 100 years ago, people would discriminate me because Irish and Irish descent people were demonized. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like it was so common. It was so common for hair color to also do that. Like it is so wild the ways in which we so easily choose to be like violent and hateful about like such arbitrary qualities. The random Discord was wild though. You did not know get to know you Discords would filter so hard. Yeah, no, it's really surprising. The girl who said that is Australia. Australia is poor. Damn, that's not helping. Well, you're also in the statistic of migrant descent. It is a term we use. I mean, I'm not saying about migrants. Never mind. I mean, people still joke about gingers having no soul. It's true. I feel like that was way more common. Maybe I feel like it was more common when I was in high school, but maybe it's because the joke is just more common for high schoolers. What the hell is that? It's huge, even bigger than the Gigan. Based on its size and appearance, that appears to be a mobile weapon intended to attack and defending fortifications. I can't whistle, sorry. Looks like our alien friends are getting serious. Like I care, we're not letting them take Geneva, period. Watch yourself where you say. If that machine's meant to attack enemy strongholds, then we need to be careful. There's no telling how much damage it's capable of. Ugh. Aya, what's wrong? I'm feeling an intense telekinetic wave from that machine. Hold on, let me check. Level 7? This wavelength, it can't be. Is someone piloting that machine? They're beginning to finish conditioning on the sample. But if they were willing to send it here, that means... Captain, I advise we retrieve our units immediately when withdraw from the area. But why? There are still enemies in the area for us to mop up. They possess warp technology, Captain. If they were to use that new model as a decoy to warp in an MAPW, we would be obliterated where we stand. I'm not sure I understand, Instructor. What are you basing this off of, if I may ask? It's conjecture based on the data we've collected so far. We're not abandoning Geneva. Continue the attack. The obvious, natural response. I'll try to keep everyone close to the ship, just in case. Attention all units. Take a tight formation around the flagship and continue the attack. Do what? I'll hear no disagreement. Follow my orders. Is that understood? Roger. You just want us near the ship, right? Okay. No, it's not about using another term. It is about how the term is used in reference to what you're saying about the person. Like, them being a migrant is not the thing that modifies whether they're being a racist. We reclaim the no soul insult, and yet it's true. Yeah. Yeah, Harris type seems to be fading, sadly replaced with just good old racism. Yeah. Ingram, hey buddy, why do you know that? The data we collected. What? Boy, what? Well, reclamation is so weird to me. I could just be blessed. I get so many passes. You get the N-word regarded. Yeah. You nearly have the full slur infinite gauntlet if only you were bi. Yeah. The Vayikra? The Vayikra. Someone has a scan. I think Latuni has a scan, right? I'm worried about Ryusei being over there. Didn't he say if only he were bi, then he would have? Wait, do you mean biracial or do you mean like biromantic? Do you mean bisexual or do you mean biracial? Plot do be plotted. No, it sure does. Is this Levy? Surely this is Levy, right? This new thing you don't get because you're skinny. You're not gaunt like that man is. I mean, because Gundam, you're so sweet. You're trying to be so logical about it because it's not based in logic. Again, your point is that you see more racism from other non-indigenous people because saying non-whites sounds far worse. So, but like the point you're making is that it is about them being not indigenous, which and that's the part I'm trying to contend with. It's that I wonder how true that is. How much of that is biased by being told to expect, like having holding people who are not indigenous to a higher standard. You mean you are bi, but we're usually kind of ignored? It's true. Yeah, you're bisexual. Yeah, yeah. Bisexual, so you get the F slur. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's fair. Okay, I'm with you. I wasn't sure if there was like a biracial slur. Austin, as a resident scholar, where do you stand on slur reclamation? I think reclamation is a very useful tool. I think it very much depends on the slur. Like, there are a lot of really fascinating instances of reclamation and like what that actually means for communities. Like, particularly the N-word is perhaps one of the ones that's most studied. I think it's very common for people to armor themselves into the thing that is used against them because, like, there seems little else to do in the face of a world that is not interested in trying to stop being racist. But I think it's like definitely case by case. If only you'd be bipolar. No, that's not it. You're sorry, even as an autistic person, you don't have the power to give you the R-word pass. I do think giving people the pass is weird. Again, there are non-indigenous people that are white, for example. Sure, yeah. It's not about what their race is. My point is that maybe this is a common refrain in America that I'm not thinking of, that you like, maybe I'm taking this for granted, but like the common expectation is that migrants come in, they behave racistly because they feel entitled to the space and want the indigenous people to get kicked out, therefore migrants are bad, is like usually the phraseology. That's the part I'm like, something's not right here. Hello, Como, welcome. So many closets for you to choose from. How lovely, yeah. You want to see what people would do? That's fair. You think it's stupid suddenly some people can use a word, but God forbid someone else use it. The power of language matters a whole heckin' lot, and I don't think it's to be taken for granted. I think we very easily sort of, yeah, I think we underestimate the power that language has with people, and giving people power through language, I do think matters a lot. I think a lot of it matters through history too. Like, I think the N-word feels very different in a space like America as opposed to a different country, but only because I've like not lived in that other country. So like I don't have as much history with racism there. But I think it says a lot if you feel like you're not allowed to use a word, other people are, therefore that's a problem. Like that feels like that's worth examining a little bit. Has anyone ever actually given the pass? I feel like it's more a meme. I do think that is true, though. I think that is true, though, Cam. I'm not sure it's, like, actually a thing that does really exist. Gentrification. My land did not like gentrification. Yeah, I mean, yeah, most places do not. You do have an easy private word rule, but you know Austin will vehemently disagree. The words don't matter. What usually matters more is intent and audience. Oh, no, absolutely. Is that the thing you disagree with? Like, that's definitely the case. You do have an easy private... What do you mean by you have a private word rule? But, like, no, absolutely. Intention is what matters. Like, the difference between how you mean something and what the word you say is. Like, that is the form of language. There are three ways language gets communicated. Perlocution, locution, elocution. Perlocution is what you intend. Locution is literally the words, and elocution is what gets heard. Perlocution matters a lot more when we deal with conversations of like who gets to use words. Again, you do not like the whole boohoo N is like Voldemort. You genuinely cannot take that idiosity seriously. That's definitely not idiosity. I think it is important to understand the way in which people have used language to have power over other people. I think it definitely comes from a space that either you are just not familiar with, or as you've described, are cold before, but it is absolutely worth examining the way in which, like, people need to feel comfortable in conversations. Your close friend saying the N-word for jokes, but only with me. If they didn't to someone else, I'd be like, dude, what's wrong with you? Because you tend not to care a lot. Yeah, exactly, right? Like intentionality matters a whole lot. Again, I do think your word policing is stupid. I'm sure you do. Like, you have friend groups where you wouldn't tell certain kinds of jokes, be they racist, sexist. Yeah, right, yeah, like, yeah, again, all this is just context. There's difference here. Your home district was gentrified. The people did not change. Their lives are just better. Wait, hold on. That is different here. My home district was gentrified. The people did not change. Their lives just got better. Their lives got better through gentrification. That feels like an oxymoron. Imagine Spanish people having a control perfectly their pronunciation of their color black when speaking English. Yeah, there's definitely some of these that get like caught up in like linguistic in the bits of other languages using like false cognates. As a kid, corrupted by the internet, you always have to acknowledge your boundaries for words and topics is like far wider than normies. Oh yeah, right. Like we sort of got used to a lot of phrases because of how the internet like turned us. Again, your opinion. You also do not use it. You will just not use it. Yeah. Well, Midori people tend not to use the color negro. While green people, what? 4chan was memeing about black people and apes, and eventually unironic posters joined and the cesspit began. Oh yeah, absolutely. That feels like 70s or 80s way to say black person. Yeah, no, that is in fact why those things happened that way, Gundam. You've correctly clocked that. Again, gentrification, if you understand correctly, is cleaning up and beautifying a part of the city, then raising rent price to throw out the original people. You cannot do that here. You can just not spike rent. That is part of it, NR. Gentrification is the moving of a space towards wealth. Like, that is definitely an element of it, but like it can also be putting businesses in that outprice people so they don't want to live there anymore. It is about making schools that have culture that specifically teaches you to avoid the culture that you have grown up in, because the culture you've grown up in is too poor. Like, there's a lot to it than just that. I mean, I'm glad that there seems to be precautions for people to stop some of that from happening, but before 2016, people would meme about being horribly racist and make shock humor jokes, but eventually actual neo-Nazis and people who believe those jokes are real started saying them. Yeah. Like, there's a number of places. I don't remember. There was a forum that was designed to like help people who felt like they were like incel and were like, I don't want to be this way, but I've learned to be this way. That just sort of got turned into a space where incels just commonly got to have conversations that like it turned very problematic very quickly. There's also the gentrification for events like World Cup. Yeah. I mean, dog whistles call dogs. A great phrase from Kirk. You made a friend who got kicked out of a group just because they made a black joke. I wonder how racist it was. I'm curious. Oh, never mind. I got it. Never mind. Sorry. No, they meant like black humor, like black comedy. Got it.
回避パターン予測
Yeah, gentrification is usually presented at that is also I guess I didn't say that, Cam. That's true. That gentrification, the implication of it is that like this is a strict ban. That like this is not to a benefit. People aren't bettered by this. I know it's hard to believe that the best stuff came from the politics where it's surprising. Right, yeah, like, and like I think that's part of the point I was trying to make, NR, that like while like that might not be true in Austria, the context with whom you are speaking does matter a lot. That like even if you don't intend it, knowing that like if you're speaking to an American and understanding that that is something that has a lot of charge to it, like in America in particular, does matter in how you choose to like have discourse. Honestly, it's MLP's fault. 4chan is only good for the creation of Katawa Shoujo for you. I don't know Katawa Shoujo. I know nothing that's come out of 4chan that's good, but Friendship is Magic is being blamed for the political extremism in 4chan sounds so ridiculous. I know, but like there's some like deep cultural currents worth studying in that fandom too. Anytime someone calls someone a monkey, my eyebrow is shooting up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or thug, yeah. Also, Austria has been many people's state for centuries, so things are just different too. Yeah. Sad we didn't get to kill her, that's fine. Thug definitely, is Thug just American? Yeah, no, I wish there were more video essays about this. Yeah, no, is this mostly just from the West, or okay? I was gonna say, especially in America, it is usually a word that is used to describe people who are not white, who present themselves in a way that is menacing as a way to try and get political traction and movement in spaces. Like describing a lot of people who are black in communities that are predominantly black as like threatening or being thugs to the rest of the space around them. Like, see a lot of city streets where like you might like the phrase might be like you might describe thugs gathering on a corner. You might describe thugs gathering on a corner as a way to say that like, oh, this neighborhood is not becoming like it's becoming dangerous to live in. And typically it is about people who are not white gathering on a street corner because that is a space where like they already have community. Katawa Shoujo is a visual novel that is about girls with disabilities. It's genuinely written in a way that doesn't treat the disability as a fetish. That's so good. I love to hear that, Gundam. Okay, well, I'm glad 4chan made something good. What did Drumker say? In your country, there was a controversy about a girl in a reality show saying something like, your soul is as black as your skin. Oh boy! I'm sure that went over real well. It's very near and dear to your heart for visual novel from 4chan. Yeah, no, I could believe so. Like I'm kind of here for that. Katawa Shoujo has cruel jokes to disabilities though as conversation opinions. Oh, does it? Okay, interesting. It's so sad because you like VG for 4chan or their mech stuff, but yeah, rough. Yeah. They withdrew. All units prepare to pursue. Wait, Captain, I'm picking up another gravity quake above our position. More enemy reinforcements? No. This looks like missiles. A huge number of what appears to be missiles have warped in above us. How many? Around 50. Projected blast radius in the entirety of Geneva. 240 seconds until impact. So, Major Ingram's conjecture was spot on. What should we do? I suggest we retrieve our machines and make a hasty retreat from the sector. Ooh, excuse me, sorry. But if we do that, Geneva will be destroyed. It's a bitter pill to swallow, Captain, but there's nothing we can do against that many missiles. Retrieve all units within 3 minutes and withdraw from the area immediately, Captain. Understood. Okay, cool. This is really fun. Load all units onto the flagship in 6 turns. Okay, in 6 turns? That's so much time. They gave me way too much time to do that. Like, what? It is, yeah, I think it's, Cam, I think that's a good way of describing it. It is the unfiltered internet. That's the way it was intended to be. Okay, this has, hold on, we'll just do it this way. You have 9 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can go, nope, all of those are wrong. I use every other button from every other game to do it. Okay, that's good. They were scared too short of time where players would complain. I know. You think it's meant to be turn 6? I would buy that. Attention all units, return to the flagship within 2 minutes. Did I just read it too quickly? Oh, this also could be a translation thing. This could be a translation thing that they, yeah, like how Ingram said it, he made it sound like it was by turn 6. So maybe that is the answer. It just got translated weirdly. Craigslist is much wilder and more dangerous. It's true. It's so strange that that's the case, but I also wanted to see if that would work. So we could, if someone had ended their movement outside the, right outside the range of something, we could join with them and then pull them into the battleship. That's so fun. There's an incel, Kenji. He sucks. Most people don't like him. It's intentional. Yeah, right. Like I don't think that necessarily has to be a bad thing, right? Like we have to be able to portray characters to say something meaningful about them. All units retrieved. Deploy the energy field. Withdraw from the area at maximum combat speed. Once was bad enough, but twice is almost too much to bear. Also, make sure we get those boxes. Thank you. Join is awesome. No, join's so cool. I wish we'd worked. Like I wish the game was pushing me to use it more. Yeah, no, it's so fun finding details like this. I'm glad you all enjoy them too, but it's why I love these games so much. It's so fun getting these little tidbits. See, we finished the map in time. That was so fast. The hell? Other cities came under attack too. Yes, cities around the world have been ravaged by huge swarms of bugs and spiders. That's messed up. What city specifically? Osaka, Shanghai, Melbourne, Rio de Janeiro, and Birmingham, it sounds like. What about cities with Federation offices or bases in them? According to reports, they're unscathed. That's a look of concern if I ever saw one, Kyosuke. If they have that much power, why didn't they attack our other major installation besides Geneva? Particularly our bases. It doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Actually, yeah, none of the cities that came under attack had Federation bases on them. And on top of that, the Joint General Staff HQ in Geneva was already devastated by the DC. So what? The Federation military is pretty much unscathed? This is messed up. They just attacked a ton of major cities. We know, but our top priority right now is to determine what the irrigators want. That's the only way we're going to be able to prevent further damage and casualties. I just don't get how you're able to stay totally logical and composed at times like this. No matter how hard I try, No, Monsieur Massy. He's not trying to stay composed. He just is. Please stop calling me that. Still, what are those aliens after, I wonder? If the mood struck them, the irrigators could totally wipe the floor of the Federation in afternoon tops. Sure seems that way. We don't know enough to draw a conclusion, but there are more than a few things about the situation that bother me, including the guy who predicted their exact manner of attack. I'm glad Kyosuke caught it. You did say that you're an admirer. No, it's true. But you lied both. You said both things, so it was hard to tell which one you were lying about. What in the world was that machine and that sensation? I felt it when it showed up. Has your headache cleared up yet, Aya? Oh, hello, Rada. Yes, I think it'll be okay. Those painkillers are helping. Don't overdo it, okay? I can't afford not to overdo it. I'm only going to slow everyone else down. Actually, there's something else that's bothering me, Rada. It's about that new model we saw earlier, isn't it? Okay, hold on. I want to pause here, so I want to speculate. Yeah, you always got to keep me guessing. Thank you. Yeah, no, they attack city centers like angering the populace. Yeah, I do like that a lot. They are like weirdly aggressive. But yeah, no, I do love a smart MC too. It's really nice. Okay. So here are my two thoughts. Thought one, through Alpha, we know that Aya takes a really heavy toll when we combine the SRX. Like, these machines take a heavy toll on her. So maybe the unit is just like deeply psychic. On the other hand, we know that people are being suspicious about the origins of families. We know that Rye is related to the Bronsteins, and he kind of likes to keep that a little bit under wraps. He still uses the last name. And maybe he doesn't keep it under wraps so much, but he has like dubious connections in his family. We know that Ryusei does also with his mom. We know that Aya has a sister and that she died during the testing of some other things, courtesy of what her father said and what she said also in Alpha. I'm assuming that part probably gets carried through somehow. I wonder if, given the fact that Ingram is like so keen on making her his in on testing this, I wonder if her dad actually sold like her sister or like her sister's DNA to the Arrogators also. Like, I'm trying to make like a weird family connection for her too, in the same way that Ryusei and Rai have had it. Like, maybe Ryusei's mom was also one of our villains, and like Rai's parents were one of our villains. I'm like trying to position like an Aya relative also in the enemy camp for a second. I obviously don't want to know the answer to this, but those are my speculations so far. If you would have checked, the enemy unit had a TK field. Well, yeah, no, that's why. Yeah, that's why I said about the unit. I forgot to like fill that in. We did look at the unit briefly. There was a TK field on it, which is why I was like, this could be the connection that Aya's having. Thank you, Cam. I'm glad you enjoy it. I did read the bzzzt, but I can't tell if that was like a you got it or like an eh. So fortunately enough, that was ambiguous enough that I'm not gonna worry about it. But I do wonder. Yet it unleashed a powerful telekinetic wave that I can't help but feel I've experienced it before. See? Okay. I understand how strange that must sound, but I recorded that wavelength pattern just in case. I'll look into it. Thanks. I appreciate it. That was the perfect screen to pause on. I bet that if it's not her sibling, the reason she felt that before is because it is a thing that Ingram was blasting her with. We know that Bullet and Kusuha from Alpha have like some of their memories have been fabricated. I would not be surprised if the general through line is still present here. So I would not be surprised if we also fabricated Aya's memories a little bit too. Not wanting positive or negative confirmation is apparently a hard concept. Yeah. It does seem like it's a real struggle. Thank you, Cam, for always being on top of it. You do work very hard. This pattern is, it's similar to the sample pattern Valletta used on the moon when she was tuning the Argon. Oh, interesting. The data was provided by Mai Kobayashi of the Advanced Neuroscience Institute, Aya's younger sister. Oh, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, she died in an accident a few years ago. Maybe I'll turn something up if I look into her in the Institute. I needed to say it before we got to this point. Access denied, top secret. Access rights held by Major Ingram Pliskin. What's going on here? We're refusing the request for surrender. Is that our final decision? Yes, Acting President Midcrid finalized it. What's our plan of action against the Arrogators from here on out? We'll use the 15 days left in the grace period to consolidate our remaining forces and mount an assault on the White Star. Understood. I've been put in charge of the military under formal request for the President himself. The command center will be transferred to the Far East branch where Laker operates. We'll be implementing our final operation here. An operation to decide the fate of mankind. That's right. Operation SRW. They said the name, roll credits. It's interesting hearing me speculate on games you've known for 15 years. That's why I like to do it. I hope by interesting you mean enjoyable and not frustrating as anything. The plot is thickening. The plot sure be plotting. I'm really glad. This was a really good suggestion. I don't know, Cam, in your like corkboard designs of what you're trying to get me to stream, if getting this at the same time as Alpha was always in the cards, but this complementing what I'm learning from Alpha is top quality. Yeah, your favorite part, you can't believe the operation is literally called Operation Super Robot Wars. Yeah, it's really funny. How fails the Carcaria Pulse Turgim, milady? Okay, yes, that was definitely Levin. I just like hadn't seen her portrait enough to recognize it, but that was for sure Levin now that I'm seeing her bodysuit again. I have no issue controlling the Vyakira remotely, but you felt a slight psychic backlash. Have it fixed before the next operation. As you wish. Mistress Levy. Oh no! I have returned to Navim. Valletta Pliskin, at your command. Oh, did I just not catch that her last name was Pliskin also? I did not realize that she was quote-unquote related to Ingram. Is Bliskin the name they decided sounded the most human when they sent people down? To save the planet, I need to become Superman 3, the quest for peace, yeah. You were within their ranks for quite some time, Valletta. Or should I say, Bet Balshim. Oh dear, it appears you've grown quite attached to that sad mudball. Were you able to do your job like that? Do you doubt me, Atad Shamrand? I don't know. Do I? I so desperately want the katakana back for these people's names. I gotta be able to read these in a way that's cogent. You can't reveal your machinations, and that's totally fine. Two of the fan base's favorite girls, Levy and Valletta. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. She's also got heterochromia. So obviously she's a fan favorite. I don't know what that does with her with Katina, but probably nothing. I mean, Valletta. How fair is Aleph Balshim? Okay, no, they are still related. I'm assuming Aleph is Ingram's name. First Alpha, the beginning. Woman, the cool spy. Yeah. Yeah, no, anime fans love heterochromia. No, absolutely. Anytime you do weird eye stuff. Yeah, like if you put like flowers in their eyes or like stars in their eyes too, absolutely. He is secluded to finish his duties shortly and return to Nadim. Is that so? You are hereby authorized to deploy Zechariah's and Ezekiel to use them to subdue the earth. I see what you mean by Jewish. Zechariah and Ezekiel are just like, they are like slightly biblical, but that's not religious enough for me not to be like the feels weirds. Yeah. I hope you take particular care with those two ships with your reports, the Hagane and the Hiryu custom. Milady. I'm sure they also eat up Valletta saying Milady to Levy. I'm sure people love that. Yeah, no, the Jewish vibes are definitely getting stronger. Where's Shapiro from Don Cougar to make this like the trifecta of uncomfort? Okay. Great. I'm glad we got through in heavy. I'm doing quotes on the other side of this microphone. 2 maps today. Gonna be real weird when you find the final boss Yalheim neck. No, Cam. That's Monday's stream. That's for Monday's stream. We're crossing games now. I'll play SMT once so we can keep it topical. And like that, Operation Super Robot Wars is coming. I would call it the Hellmag. Please don't give Excellent any more kills. It's too good for her. That is really funny. I did not notice that. I will try not to. Okay. Let's just do preps next time. Let's do our wrap up, then I will call it. I smell cookies in the other room. Yeah, 6ix9ine's amazing for it. It's very funny. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I'm glad you all hung out. I hope you enjoyed our hard pivots between political conversation and trying to play a video game. But you know what you get when you sign up here. Yeah, we covered a lot of ground today. I'm glad we got some like actual like real world, like real big plot happening. I feel like I'm like getting some answers or I'm getting some like threads for the general canon of Super Robot Wars. Oh, right, thank you. How do I do that from here? Can I do that from here? No, okay. I think I can only do that if I'm halfway, right? I think I can only do that if I'm halfway. But yes. So, our next stream is now going to be Shin Megami Tensei 5. SMT is coming. SMT will be on Monday. That's taking the place of SD Gundam G Generations Overworld. We'll still be we're going to have it alternate back and forth with Fantasy Maiden Wars, because we finally just got to a part of Fantasy Maiden Wars that I feel like I'm in control of. It's very fun. Try to reload the stage. Okay. Do we have the SMT5 DLCs? I don't know if we do, Gundam. I will look into that. No, I don't think it's working. Okay. Because everyone was getting bored of it, including Austin. Yeah. Yeah, I will look into the DLC. I'll see how relevant that is for us. I know a lot of the DLCs are sort of just like grind fests, or just like easy ways to juice things, and I'd rather make it hard for myself. So like, we will see. But we're also gonna we're playing base SMT5 first. We will play Vengeance then afterwards once we get a grasp of what the regular story is. Go try watching SMT5 streams. The soundtrack sounds very metal. The soundtracks for them are usually really good. And Midori, if it's not your thing, that's totally okay. I'm not going to be upset. Like, I'm glad you're willing to try it, but you've certainly no obligations to always be here. I appreciate when you are. You also have some cut fights. Oh, okay, sick. Okay, great. Then yeah, no, we're probably in for that then. You hope you maybe play the post-game maps of SE Gundam privately. Yes, I have. I've definitely cracked it open to sort of like play around with it some on my own. So don't worry about that at all. I will. It will probably be at some point in my future. We'll just have to see when that maybe is. There are 2 quests. Okay. Oh, thank you, Cam. You don't have to do that. If you do, I am greatly appreciative, but don't feel like you got to. I'm assuming it probably also won't matter early on for like that probably will be like end game stuff, right? We won't have to worry about that like at the beginning. You know, maybe your cell phone doesn't like it if you're on Discord call and stream in YouTube, sadly. That's unfortunate, Drumker. I'm sorry. No, that's totally fine. I love how much y'all have to defend that you don't talk. Like, you're great. Y'all can just hang. You're very sweet. One is Dagda, so must. Okay, sure, absolutely. You can use the VODs in the background while you work on your decks. Yeah, oh, definitely. No, for sure, Midori. That's definitely what I do when I've watched Fire Emblem. So I'm glad this fits perfectly. I hope you enjoy your deck building. So first the Switch version, then the Vengeance version. First the base version, but sure, yeah. Yeah, near the end, you were not ready for the Ganon Wombat. Okay, I'm so curious. No, for sure, I will gladly put them in their place. That I can't wait. I'm very excited. So that's Monday. This also ends our book club week. I promise I still will go back and like actually give more cogent answers to everyone's stuff in book club. But we have episodes 9 through 12 ready on the docket for Monday also. Monday's gonna be a big day, especially if I bring as much heat as I did last time. And then we'll be back to this on Thursday and Friday next week with an episode of Alpha on Wednesday for all those who are following along with that playthrough. The base version is Switch only. Did I miss something? But Vengeance has the base version in it. So it is also for anything that you can buy Vengeance on. Like I have it on yeah, like I have it on Steam and like the PlayStation also has it. Yeah. Juggling IBO discourse and SMT talk. Oh boy. I mean, we probably are not going to be talking about IBO at all during SMT. Not for the lack of like, not for the dissonance of it. Just like if I'm starting a game for the first time, I'm definitely going to pay attention to the beginning of the game. But Vengeance is different from base regardless. Right, the Vengeance side of things is, but you can play base games through owning Vengeance. The Yahweh mech would be fitting in SMT. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Tarada just tweeted, every time I read OG in the notification, you get a jolt. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. We will figure it out. We'll figure it out on Monday. We will see. But that is my week coming up. If you'd like to join me for any of it, I hope you will all be there. Vengeance route may be nerfed depending on chat and vibes. That's fair. Yeah. I thought you meant base version with its mechanics. I don't know what you mean. It's fine. We'll figure it out Monday. We'll figure it out, everybody. Goodbye, everybody. I hope you all have an enjoyable weekend. If I don't see you live, hopefully I will see you in the Discord. Good night. And with that, I will see you all in the stars. Bye, everybody.